Mesdames et messieurs, nous vous prions de bien vouloir prendre place, s'il vous plaît. Merci beaucoup.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting very soon. We would please ask that for those of you standing and those of you outside, if you can hear us, please come inside and take your seats so that we can start.
Nous prions à tous ceux qui sont encore dans le hall de bien vouloir entrer dans la salle également, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Mesdames et messieurs, nous vous prions de bien vouloir prendre place, s'il vous plaît. Nous allons commencer cette cérémonie dans quelques secondes.
As you said, please, we would like you to take your seats. We're about to start very soon.
mba mangataka mpanajana indrindra tokoa ho antsika mpanao gazety mba somary makasisiny kely rehefa avy eo rehefa tonga eo andre matofolo makasitraka tompoko.
Space for the president to work after. Thank you.
Je vous prie. Je vous prie de bien vouloir vous lever, s'il vous plaît. Nous allons accueillir sous vos applaudissements Son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République de Madagascar. Applaudissons très fort, s'il vous plaît. Son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République de Madagascar. Je vous prie de bien vouloir.
You may please take your seats.
Je vous prie de bien vouloir vous lever, s'il vous plaît. Nous allons entonner ensemble l'hymne national. Vous pouvez prendre place. Son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République de Madagascar, Excellences, honorables invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, Salam atouk, bonjour, good morning, et soyez les bienvenus à cette cérémonie d'ouverture officielle de l'Assemblée Générale des Actionnaires d'Africa50. Notre pays Madagascar est honoré d'accueillir ce forum et nous souhaitons les bienvenus et la chaleur. Je suis la reine
I am Lalena Daniel, and I am glad to be your MC for today.
I'm from Africa50, and it's a privilege to be here this morning in Madagascar and to be hosting this very important event. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this morning we've gathered to celebrate our collective achievements as an organization, truly with our partners, with our shareholders, and we are poised for the future. Indeed, we are ready to roll up our sleeves to work even harder because as an organization, I believe that we understand the full impact of the huge infrastructure gap on the continent. Thankfully, today we have some very important and landmark agreements to sign, and hopefully this will go a long way to close the chasm on the continent. But before all that, Lalena?
So to start this ceremony, I would like to make you travel in this musical Madagascar musical culture with Zanarai's show. Please, round of applause.
Audiriana la mangaku, riarivuku rimerina. Tetizai sinilu kangaku, fasami mbula tafaverina. Nilukanga nwambura ikyu, nituluku sifi saunana. Numbula, numbula, numbula raisi kwanga taikyu. Yarabani tifiona na. Riraya mandene arabanga na rewa. Antananarivo, fachasi mfeta. Antananarivo, fachasi mfeta. Rizu kisizanja, Antananarivo. Rizu kisizanja, Antananarivo. Antananarivo, fachasi mfeta. Antananarivo, fachasi mfeta. Mengwana na laizu da sara. Ejila kulasha zaidi tuja sara. Yeah,
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are now about to officially take off, and I'm going to hand you over now into the safe hands of the Chief Operating Officer of Africa50, Tiviri Moremong. Please, let's welcome her with a round of applause.
Your Excellency, President Andry Rajoelina, the President of the Republic of Madagascar, Your Excellency, President Samia Suluhu Hassan, represented today by the Finance Minister, Honorable Mwigulu Nchemba, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank and Chairman of Africa50, members of the Board of Directors of Africa50, our CEO, Mr. Alain Bobisse, members of the Diplomatic Corps, shareholders, Board of Directors of Africa50, ladies and gentlemen, my role is very simple, to say welcome, bienvenue, tonga sao, as they say in Malagasy. It is with immense pleasure that I welcome you to Madagascar, to Antananarivo, one of the most beautiful and biodiverse countries in the world. Welcome to Africa50's Annual General Shareholder Meeting. Your Excellency, President Rajoelina, I'd like to say thank you. And importantly, thank you for hosting us. Thank you for the Malagasy support in being a key shareholder of Africa50. Ladies and gentlemen, by 2050, 1 in 4 Africans will be African. Sorry, 1 in 4 people in the world will be African. The future is Africa. Africa is the future. But ladies and gentlemen, we can only have a future if we invest in it. It means that as we gather today, as policymakers, as investors, as developers, as leaders, we come together and see how it is we invest in our future. It is important that collectively we are accountable for Africa and we're accountable for our future. It is therefore a call to action, an urgent call to action. It is important that we make decisions today, not only decisions, but act for our future, for our continent. Your Excellency, our role as Africa50 as an infrastructure developer and investor is to act. Today you will see that action in motion as we sign with diverse partners several transaction agreements to support the growth and development of this country and the continent. At Africa50, we're committed to the betterment of the African continent and its people. And I hope you'll be able to see that in the video we're about to share with you. Thank you, and let's have an action-filled day today. Thank you very much.
Out of the 20 fastest growing economies in the world are actually in Africa. Infrastructure, it's like a backbone, energy infrastructure, digital infrastructure, in particular digitalization, because that is going to be key for Africa's accelerated growth and development.
cher, en tant qu'une Camerounaise, participer d'abord au développement de mon pays. En tant que femme, il y a pas certains métiers ne sont pas réservés seulement aux hommes.
To ensure that there is a socio-economic growth, you must make sure that everybody within Kenya can have access to internet connectivity.
Africa50 is pleased to implement the first asset recycling transaction in Africa in the Senegambia Bridge through asset recycling or doing the first transmission PPP. We are bringing innovative ideas for infrastructure financing on the continent.
Before, lorries used to stand weeks waiting, but now you just cross in less than 5 minutes. So that is transformative.
Priority is to ensure that patients get the high quality service.
Matibabu ambao ninayapata hapa, mume wangu anapata hapa sisi hapa Mtesani ni mazuri.
Kwa sababu ilivyokuwa mara ya kwanza sikuwa na hata kutembea ilikuwa tabu. Lakini baada kupata haya matibabu.
We have incredible experience staff and infrastructure expert that can adapt quickly to shifting circumstances to find solutions. And we do all of this with speed and a strong focus on delivering results at scale.
Applaudissons très fort, s'il vous plaît. À présent, mesdames et messieurs, j'aimerais inviter Monsieur le Directeur Général d'Africa50,
CEO Africa50's CEO, for his speech, and a very passionate and convinced of the mission of Africa50, that which is to bridge the gap between the funding and infrastructure funding. Let's welcome Alain Ebobisse, CEO of Africa50. Thank you very much, moderator. I hope that we all enjoyed the video. Your Excellency President Antananarivo, President of the Republic of Madagascar. Your Excellency President Samia Suluhu Hassan, represented by Honorable Minister, Finance Minister, Mgulu Lamek Chemba, Honorable Akiwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank, and I call him Chairman Adesina, welcome. Honorable Rinda Hassimbelu Rabar Nirinason, Minister of Economy and Finance of the Republic of Madagascar, and all authorities herein. Dear members of the Board of Directors of Africa50, distinguished shareholders of 50, members of a diplomatic core body, partners and friends of Africa50, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome bienvenue to the beautiful city of Antananarivo. Welcome to the Africa50 General Shareholder Meeting. I'm particularly pleased that the Africa50 General Shareholders Meeting has brought us all together to reflect on the impactful work of our institutional work to discuss infrastructure opportunities here in Madagascar and in other continents. Opportunities that will contribute to the growth and development of our Africa. Opportunities that I hope will create the next generation of African champions. We are here as well to share and exchange and make happen transactions that will improve the lives of our people. The needs, infrastructure needs on our continent are huge, and it's important that together we focus on actions to bring solutions to this infrastructure gap. I think that Madagascar reflects in many ways the story of Africa's growth and resilience. A country with abundant natural resources that has withstood the global macroeconomic difficulty, headwinds, and is poised for growth. As the fourth largest island nation in the world, our host, Madagascar, is a country known for its hospitality, its huge biodiversity and abundant natural resources, its solar and hydropower potentials, the critical minerals like cobalt and nickel make this country a prime location for investment in renewable energy and sustainable industries. Your Excellency, President and President of the Republic, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you and the fellow people of the Republic of Madagascar for the trust that you have placed in us by investing in Africa50. As my GPD colleague said, to date, our institution, your institution, is held by 32 African countries, including Madagascar, of course, an important shareholder, but also the AFDB and 2 African central banks. It is through this trust that you have given to us that through some operations we were able to invest in 25 projects through for which you are a beneficiary of some, and throughout the continent. And the overall cost of the project exceeds $8 billion USD. It is through this trust and capital that you have given to us that we could have this result. Your Excellency, I'm very excited through the project that the government under your leadership has embarked on, an ambitious plan to leverage its untapped hydropower potential to achieve your vision, which is to increase the share of clean energy in the energy mix to 75% by 2030. Africa50 applauds these efforts, which serve as a reminder of the importance of infrastructure as the spine for economic growth, sustainable development, and well-being of the population. I'm even more excited, Excellency, in accompanying you and your government in the implementation of your vision by ensuring the development of the Vulube hydropower plant with the capacity of 120 megawatt. I know how important it is for you that we implement this project in the fastest way. I remember you remembering that, and I told you I make effort to follow your instructions in this sense. I would like to thank you, Excellency, for the orientations that you provided for us and for your support in the implementation of those projects, but not only that, but in Madagascar and in Africa as well, that we can accompany. Now it's imperative that we deliver infrastructures that meet the needs of the population and businesses of Madagascar and the entire African continent. Africa50 over the last year has made important infrastructure projects with international standards, always guided by the speed of the implementation of the project and the scale across our continent. We had few important achievements and performances. Allow me to cite a few, two or three of them, which are important. In December 2023, last year, the Acceleration Fund for Africa50 infrastructure secured $222.5 million at first close from predominantly African investors. And this is an achievement which is the first in Africa. This fund is, according to us, a significant step forward for African capital mobilization to bridge the gap in the infrastructure gap in Africa. It allowed us to gather in national and international companies, insurance companies, African investors to fund African infrastructures with impact, which is impactful and acceptable for their investors. Excellency, Mr. President, with AFDB, investors manage more than $2.3 trillion. Africa50 has the intention and the will to work more in order to mobilize and catalyze even just a portion of these $2.3 trillion for African infrastructures. At the same time, we are trying to securing other funding, but we also have assets in Africa that we need to mobilize. Finally, I would like to mention our collaboration, Excellency, with some of African shareholders to find innovative. We are proud that we have just concluded the first asset recycling program. This is the first. This is a recycling program of assets. We were unlocking capital for the governments without adding to sovereign debt. So capital that will help fund other new infrastructure projects. I would like to mention as well something which is the first in Africa for Africa50. You will hear more about that later. That the development of the first PPP related to transport line in Africa that we will implement with a power grid of India in partnership with the Kenya government, whose representative is here. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, infrastructure is not only about projects, it's about people first of all, and it improves lives. That's why we are proud that our investment efforts in the energy sector throughout Africa give access to reliable electricity to over 17 million people across Africa. Thanks to this Africa Healthcare Network investment that you have seen earlier, millions of people in Tanzania and Kenya are receiving affordable, quality, life-changing renal care. Excellency, just last week, I was in Rwanda. In collaboration with the government of Rwanda, led by President Kagame, we broke ground for the construction of the 61-hectare Kigali Innovation City. a mixed-use master plan development, which will house and will continue to house world-class universities, startup incubators, and accelerators across disruptive and data-backed sectors, such as robotic, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and more, to end this excellency. Over the course of today, we will hear from industry leaders from the private sector, investors, policymakers, and infrastructure experts on topics that are forefront for our sector and which is dear to your Excellency as well, such as renewable energy solutions and clean cooking, asset recycling, and other innovative financing mechanisms to deliver the infrastructure we need. Together, we will drive forward infrastructure development in Africa, explore new and disruptive technologies, drive capital deployment strategies to ensure that Madagascar and indeed the region and other continents, the whole continent can build infrastructure that is resilient, inclusive, and purpose-built. As our countries bear the brunt of climate change, the solutions that we'll develop here will serve as a model to inspire the global economy and position Africa as the leader in climate innovation. I invite each one of us to think creatively about the future that we can build together and engage in the action required to shape tomorrow's Africa through policies and projects that will leave a lasting impact on the communities and environments we aim to serve. Within Africa50, we are determined to move things in order to accelerate infrastructures in our continent, because the need in infrastructure is huge and urgent.
Des projets est trop élevé. Nous devons agir avec un sens aigu de l'urgence. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Nous remercions M. Alain Ebobissier pour son discours. Ensuite, j'aimerais appeler M. le Président de la Banque africaine de développement et Président
of the Board of Directors of Africa50. He is the Chief Optimistic in Africa and the elder of many countries for an impactful work.
Pour Dr Akinwumi Adesina.
Please join hands for Dr. Akinwumi.
Excellence, Monsieur Andy Rajolina, mon cher ami et frère, Président de la République de Madagascar, Son Excellence Madame Samia Suluhu Hassan, Président de la Tanzanie, représenté par Monsieur le Ministre Dr. Nchemba, Son Excellence Monsieur Ntse Chrétien, Premier ministre de la République de Madagascar, Madame Rinda Asembelo Rabariniri Narisson, je pense que j'ai bien prononcé ça, le ministre de l'Économie et des Finances de la République de Madagascar, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Mesdames et Messieurs les membres du corps diplomatique, Monsieur Alain Ebobissier, directeur général de l'Africa50, qui fait d'ailleurs un travail excellent, chers messieurs membres du conseil d'administration d'Africa50, chers actionnaires présents, mesdames et messieurs les membres de la haute direction et du personnel de Africa50, distingués invités, mesdames et messieurs, et bien, évidemment, je suis ici avec ma chère et tendre épouse, Grace, et Monsieur le Président, la dernière fois que j'étais ici, vous avez fait un match de football contre mon pays, le Nigeria. Et il y avait tellement de manifestations. Je me suis levé dans ma chambre, on m'avait dit, mais qu'est-ce qu'il y a là-bas? On m'a dit qu'il y a un match de football pour lequel le Madagascar avait gagné le Nigeria. Et quand je vous avais vu, je vous avais demandé, Monsieur le Président, pourquoi vous avez battu le Nigeria comme ça. Et vous m'avez dit, Monsieur le Président Labad, ce n'est pas par chance, nous n'avons gagné pas 1-0, mais c'était 2-0. Et je vous avais exprimé à l'époque que bon, on est en famille quand même. Donc parce que votre entraîneur quand même était marié, notre entraîneur était marié avec une femme Madagascar, donc on a arrangé ça dans la famille. Et donc je suis là dans sa famille, parlant de famille, avec ma chère épouse Grace. Et comme vous le savez, nous avons un enfant que nous avons adopté ici, qui s'appelle Anthony, vous le connaissez bien. Et donc, on est en famille, on est venu parce que ça fait la première fois pour Madame Grace de venir ici. Elle est venue spécifiquement d'avoir une interaction avec notre fille, Anthony, et je suis très content que cette fille qui vient de Bamangoki est aujourd'hui en formation de devenir médecin ici en votre pays. Bonjour, Manawona Tonk. Je suis ravi d'être de retour à Antananarivo, le corps de l'île Vanille. Excellent Monsieur le Président Rajolina, je tiens à vous remercier pour avoir accepté d'assurer le haut patronage des présents assises de l'Assemblée générale de l'actionnaire d'Africa50. Au nom du conseil d'administration de l'Africa50, nous vous exprimons notre profonde gratitude, Monsieur le Président, pour avoir pris le temps, malgré votre emploi de temps chargé, d'honorer de votre présence nos assises, et nous exprimons notre profonde gratitude au peuple malgache pour sa gentillesse et sa générosité. Je voudrais exprimer ma gratitude à Madame Rindra Asimbelo Rabar Rinri Narisson, ministre de l'Économie et des Finances, et à Monsieur Alan Ebobisse, directeur général d'Africa50, aux actionnaires ici présents, au conseil d'administration, à l'ensemble de la direction et du personnel d'Africa50, pour une nouvelle année de réussite marquée par les réalisations importantes pour l'Afrique. Cette Assemblée générale des actionnaires est le point culminant d'une année de travail acharné et de diligence couronnée de succès. Et nous vous félicitons pour avoir continué à faire la différence. Excellences, Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, nous vous réunissons ici aujourd'hui alors que l'Afrique est confrontée à des défis mondiaux interdépendants, tels que la dette, une croissance économique faible, le changement climatique, les tensions géopolitiques, la préparation face aux pandémies et la hausse de taux d'intérêt, toutes choses qui entravent le développement économique. Malgré ce contexte de volatilité, le continent continue de faire preuve de détermination et de résilience. La croissance du PIB réel de l'Afrique est passée de 3,1% en 2022 à 3,7% en 2023 et devrait atteindre 4,3% en 2025. Deuxième région à la croissance la plus rapide, avec 10 des 20 pays qui affichent la croissance la plus rapide au monde. L'Afrique est le lieu d'investissement par excellence. Cependant, nous devons encore faire plus. D'importants pools de financement et d'intervention axés sur les politiques sont nécessaires pour soutenir et augmenter le rythme actuel de la croissance. Selon l'Association africaine pour le capital privé, AVCA, 450 transactions ont été signalées en 2023 pour un montant de 5,9 milliards de dollars, soit en baisse de 28% en volume d'une année sur l'autre et de 22% en valeur par rapport à 2022. Le climat économique actuel crée le déficit d'investissement qui existe déjà dans les secteurs clés tels que l'infrastructure et l'énergie. Les projections de l'Agence internationale de l'énergie indiquent que d'ici en 2030, les investissements dans l'accès à l'énergie en Afrique devront atteindre près de 25 milliards de dollars par an pour garantir la disponibilité d'une énergie abordable pour tous. Selon les estimations de la Banque africaine de développement, l'Afrique a besoin de 130 à 170 milliards de dollars par an pour le développement des infrastructures et de 277 milliards de dollars supplémentaires chaque année pour le financement de la lutte contre le changement climatique. Pour combler cet écart, il est important que nous poursuivions les réformes de l'architecture financière mondiale, que nous surmontions le caractère biaisé des notations de crédit et que nous utilisions des approches novatrices pour combler le déficit croissant de capitaux. Malgré la récession mondiale, les investissements dans les énergies renouvelables ont augmenté en Afrique. En 2023, l'Afrique a connu une augmentation significative des investissements directs étrangers dans les énergies propres. Malgré le fait que les investissements directs étrangers aient enregistré une baisse globale de 3% pour s'établir à 53 milliards de dollars. En poursuivant une trajectoire à faible teneur en carbone, à partir de sa base énergétique actuelle, l'Afrique a tout à gagner à construire des infrastructures énergétiques vertes. Faute d'une abondance des ressources d'énergie propres, dont plus de 60% du potentiel solaire mondial, l'Afrique peut atteindre le triple objectif de fournir un accès universel à l'énergie, augmenter progressivement la fourniture d'électricité et décarboner l'économie. En outre, le continent peut diversifier son économie et devenir un important exportateur d'énergie. L'augmentation de la demande mondiale pour les minéraux nécessaires à la transition énergétique juste pour les panneaux solaires, les éoliens, les batteries et les véhicules électriques créera de nouvelles opportunités de développement industriel et d'exportation. Ces investissements sont rendus possibles par une série de financements innovants, notamment les partenariats publics-privés, les obligations vertes et les financements mixtes. Collectivement, l'émergence de ces flux de financement fait de l'Afrique un foyer de solutions vertes, de réduction des émissions, d'innovation financière, d'opportunités économiques et surtout de l'amélioration de la qualité de vie de millions de personnes sur le continent. Excellences, Monsieur le Président de la République, Mesdames et Messieurs, le fait que Africa50 dépasse de plus en plus les attentes et comble ce déficit de financement en s'attaquant aux défis actuels par la biais de mécanismes de financement innovants et de partenariats stratégiques est une bonne nouvelle pour l'Afrique et pour le monde. En décembre 2023, le Fonds d'accélération de l'infrastructure d'Africa50, un fonds d'investissement privé de 500 millions de dollars, a atteint sa première clôture avec 222,5 millions de dollars d'engagement de la part de 16 investisseurs institutionnels africains, des fonds souverains de fonds de pension, d'institutions de financement du développement et d'un investisseur mondial. Monsieur le Président, il s'agit d'un premier sur notre continent et félicitations. En seulement 7 ans d'activité, l'Africa50 a réussi à lever plus de 1,1 milliard de dollars d'engagement en capital et a catalysé plus de 4,4 milliards de dollars de financement externe, en plus d'investir dans 25 projets établis dans 28 pays du continent pour une valeur totale de plus de 8 milliards de dollars. Et allant avec toute votre équipe et le conseil d'administration, félicitations. Ces investissements sont répartis dans les secteurs d'énergie, des transports, des infrastructures numériques, de l'éducation et de soins de santé. Africa50 développe des infrastructures et stimule les opportunités économiques, préparant le terrain pour le prochain ère de croissance et de prospérité. Ceci témoigne de l'attraction magnétique de l'Afrique en tant que destination préférée des investisseurs. En s'acquittant de sa mission de mobiliser des capitaux publics et privés, de forger des partenariats avec les principales parties prenantes, y compris le gouvernement et des entreprises privées, Africa50 a développé une solide réserve de projets d'infrastructure porteurs de transformation dans toute l'Afrique. Les investisseurs n'ont pas à se battre pour identifier les opportunités bancables. Africa50 joue un rôle essentiel dans le développement et le financement des projets, en veillant à ce que des projets d'infrastructure potentiels soient bénéficiaires d'investissements. C'est en celle de bonnes nouvelles nous incite à en faire plus. Excellences, Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, l'Afrique ne peut plus être ignorée. Une population qui devrait atteindre 2,5 milliards d'habitants d'ici en 2050, une classe moyenne grandissante et un marché de consommation en plein essor, avec les dépenses des entreprises qui devraient atteindre 7 000 milliards de dollars d'ici en 2030, feront de l'Afrique l'un des marchés les plus pris dans le monde. Prenons le cas de notre pays hôte, Madagascar. Il offre des perspectives d'investissement dans les infrastructures stratégiques pour les énergies renouvelables, les exportations agricoles, l'économie bleue, le tourisme et la logistique, parmi tant d'autres opportunités inexploitées. Les engagements de la Banque africaine de développement ici à Madagascar s'élèvent à plus d'1 milliard.
On transportation, energy, agriculture, representing more than 98% of the portfolio. In the energy sector, the bank is a key partner that mobilized more than 431 million USDs to improve the access to a modern, sustainable, and affordable energy. There is South Africa, which is very important for you now, dear President, should be the basic reference for the energy for the two countries to bring the thermal production to less than 10%, reducing the production cost of the country to more than 30%. It enables Jirama, the national electricity company, to progressively eliminate the grant that is too high from the government. And I was shocked when you told me in advance that the subvention for Jirama of from the government to Giroma is 250 million per year. We can fix that with your mission, and you've done an excellent job here, dear President. Please allow me to also highlight a project that has been said by Mr. Alain Ibobise, the hydropower plant of Ulube that enables us to create 1,000 employment. It's still, construction is still ongoing. Once increased, it's going to contribute to an increase of 20% of the energy in the country, and it's a reliable and affordable energy for more than 2 million citizens in Madagascar, enabling this national company to save 1 million per year. I lead a bank, so normally we have investment in the country through banks, through Africa50, so this country is bankable. Madagascar is bankable, it means that our president is also bankable. Thank you for all your excellent efforts, dear President. We are still committed to support Madagascar in this effort, aiming to open the country and to facilitate the development of trade with the rest of the continent, thanks to sustainable transportation project, thanks to the development of corridor and facilitation of exchanges, 165 kilometers of roads, the section of Analambisa-Pimanda, and 4 bridges on the National Road number 9 were built, so reducing the 48 hours trip to 5 hours. That road was registered between until 2023 with a heavy truck of up to 108 trucks per day until 2023. So these are all adapted to the strategy of Madagascar for the implementation of a leading zone in the African continent. Dear President, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, the development of infrastructures and for the economic growth for Africa is there, and Madagascar is open to businesses and ready to partner to have partnership that is going to promote a growth and contribute to agriculture, renewable energy, and logistics. Dear President and ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, the success of Africa50 in the mobilization of capitals and realization of infrastructure projects are moving forward fastly with its capacity to answer to challenges thanks to the implementation of an appropriate funding. Being a member of Africa50, we are convinced to be committed to the transformation of Africa's potentials to a shared prosperity. Collectively, we must remain determined, and we need to be open to mobilize capitals, overcome obstacles for investment, and fulfill sustainable infrastructure projects with processing that have high impact in Madagascar and in the whole Africa. In front of challenges and opportunities open in front of us, Africa50 is better positioned to implement projects which are bankable, having important contribution to the development, and with shareholders who are aware of the risks. A lot has been done during last year, and the investment platform of Africa50 is prepared for the new success for the coming years. The support, the unfailing support of our shareholders and the board and the general the staff are really motivated in our success. Together we cannot have a high economical growth, and we will have a high economic growth for our population. We thank all our shareholders who are present here for their commitment in front of this mission and the Africa50 vision. You are investors who have courage, and you have a generosity that is shared with your investment in Africa. You bring difference, and you perfectly illustrate the Malagasy proverb that says after this General Assembly of shareholders, nothing is difficult that we cannot master with diligence. Nothing is too hard when there is a motivation. So now we are preparing tomorrow's Africa. Thank you very much.
Please, another round of applause for him as he takes his seats. Thank you very much, President Akinwumi Adesina. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now Africa50 has a lot of supporters and advocates across the continent, and one of whom is Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Today she's not here in person, but has sent a strong representative who will deliver a speech on her behalf. Please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Honorable Dr. Gululu Chamba, the Minister of Finance of Tanzania.
Your Excellency Andre Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar, Your Excellency Sai Christian, the Prime Minister of Madagascar, Honorable Rindra Hansbelo Rabarinarison, Minister of Economy and Finance, Republic of Madagascar, Your Excellency Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank and the Africa50 Board Chairman, the son of Africa, the son of the land, Mr. Allen Ebobise, CEO of Africa50, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Your Excellency, Honorable Andre Rajoelina, President of Madagascar, first and foremost, I would like to convey the warmest greetings from Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, who was supposed to be with you here today, but due to equally crucial commitments, she could not attend this important meeting. Your Excellency, Mr. President, Dr. Samia really appreciates your cordial invitation to this important meeting as a keynote speaker and defining actionable and scalable solutions toward clean cooking and infrastructure development and financing in Africa. As alluded before, she apologized for missing this opportunity, and on that note, she sent me to address this meeting on her behalf. Your Excellency, Dr. Samia joins hands with the global and regional leaders in looking at clean cooking as a specific agenda that has taken significant importance in policies, plans, and strategies of various governments worldwide. The importance of this agenda is driven by the increasing environmental degradation, climate change, gender equality, and health impacts associated with issues of traditional cooking methods. Your Excellency, currently nearly 1 billion Africa cook with polluting fuels. Lack of access to clean cooking has dire consequences for health, contributing to nearly 500,000 premature deaths of women and children annually in Africa alone. To achieve the clean cooking access for all African people, we must ensure reliable access to clean cooking solutions. The challenges of access leaders to unreliable and the increased costs associated with these cooking solutions are a concern today. Awareness campaigns are needed through educational campaigns to raise awareness about the health benefits of clean cooking and the long-term cost saving for households. These campaigns should involve local influencers, women groups, and community leaders. Furthermore, governments can introduce different incentives for manufacturers and consumers to reduce the cost of cook stoves. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we have middle and high-income households that rely on unclean cooking solutions. They are faced with a limited awareness regarding clean cooking solutions, and they are unaware of the health, environmental, educational, economic, and social impacts of using traditional cooking solutions, which hinders the transition to clean cooking. Building awareness is a low-hanging fruit to those who can access and afford to the clean cooking solutions. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to achieve a clean cooking access to all African people, we must develop a roadmap of concrete action-oriented strategies around financing, carbon markets, policies, and partnership that will help better mobilize additional support to scale successful clean cooking in exchange for carbon credits, thus creating an additional revenue streams for them. We can also collaborate with private sector players through PPP to mass produce affordable cooking stoves and clean fuels, ensuring economies of scale for all. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the clean cooking subsector faces a challenge of insufficient investment along the value chain, which hampers the availability of clean cooking solutions. Even though clean cooking is an international agenda, but it is a business, for its sustainability, it needs to be treated as such. Investors are driven by profit, hence, as Africans, we must create an enabling environment that ensures the sustainability of these investments. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our success story will be very much depending on effective strategies that involve improving the availability of raw materials and expansions of infrastructure for producing, receiving, storing, and distribution of clean cooking solutions. These involve decentralization of energy solutions, thus develop small-scale off-grid renewable energy solutions like solar-powered cook stoves or biogas digesters in rural areas. The other is strengthening electricity grids, thus involves expand and upgrade the national grids in urban and pre-urban areas to accommodate electric cooking solutions where possible. And the other one is financing for microgrid solutions, which involve support the establishment of mini grid systems using solar or wind energy to provide affordable electricity for cooking and households' needs. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, these actionable solutions can scale up through identifying renewable energy zones where the cost of solar, wind, and hydroelectric energy is low, and prioritize infrastructure development in those regions. And the second one is encourage cross-border energy trade to optimize the supply and cost of electricity and clean energy across Africa. And on the side of financing, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the initial cost and uses of expenses of clean cooking fuel, appliances, and efficient cooking stoves pose a challenge that prevents Africans from affording clean cooking oil solutions. Traditional and safe cooking solutions are believed to be cheaper because they can be purchased in small quantities. For example, charcoal can be bought in 1 kilogram for $1, while you need to buy the whole cylinder if you want to use the LPG. To achieve the goal, it is crucial to make clean cooking affordable in all areas, especially for low-income households. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the cost of solving this issue is relatively small, with the International Energy Agency estimating that just $4 billion of capital investment will be required annually to achieve clean cooking access for all African people by 2030. We need to secure funds specific for clean cooking from governments, development agencies, development banks, climate funds, the private sector, and non-government organizations. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, let us encourage the use of microfinance for clean cooking by providing low-interest loans to households for purchasing clean cook stoves, allowing for more manageable transition to clean cooking solutions. We can also use blended finance by leveraging a combination of grants, equity, and concessional loans to de-risk investment in clean cooking projects. Moreover, the system such as pay-as-you-go for clean cook stoves enables households to pay incrementally rather than upfront. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, let us encourage development finance institutions, the DFIs, and the multilateral banks to offer concessional financing and guarantees for clean energy projects in Africa, and issue green bonds focused on clean cooking and energy infrastructure development to raise capital from institutional investors. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, by combining actionable short-term measures with scalable long-term approaches, Africa can move toward universal access to clean cooking solutions and the necessary infrastructure development. These efforts can reduce health risks, environmental degradation, and support economic growth across our continent. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, once again, on behalf of Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, I thank you for invitation and fruitful discussion and deliberations. Asanteni sana, misautra anao. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup à tous. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Nous remercions Monsieur le ministre des Finances et de la Planification de Tanzanie pour son message. À présent, mesdames et messieurs, je demanderai respectueusement à Madame la ministre de l'Économie et des Finances à prononcer son discours. L'architecte de cette cérémonie, une femme passionnée et déterminée à donner vie aux visions du président Antananarivo, faire de Madagascar un pays développé et prospère.
Vision for a prosperous country. I would like you to welcome Mrs. Rinja Hasimbelu Rabarinjinas.
Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République de Madagascar, Antananarivo. Excellence,
Excellency, Mrs. the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Samia Suluhu Hassan. Represented here by the Minister of Finance, Wigulu Chamba, that will host the next general meeting of Africa50, Mr. the President of the AFDB, as well as President of Chair of the Board of Directors, Adesina Akumini, Dr. Akimina Akumini, Excellence, Mr. Head of Institutions, dear General Director of CEO of Africa50, Alain Bobissé, dear shareholders, members of Africa50 with your respective delegations, ladies and gentlemen, members of the government, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors and resident representative of technical and financial partners here in Madagascar, distinguished guests from the private sector and dear investors, honorable guests, all ranks observed, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. Honor, joy, privilege, pride. Words are not enough to describe the feeling that we express in this particular day on the general where it is the first time that Madagascar hosts this GSM. Choosing Madagascar as the host of this event is none other than a trust to the country, to the people, and to the President of the Republic, Antananarivo. On behalf of the population, we welcome you and our deep gratitude to all of you coming here in Madagascar for the occasion, namely the 32 shareholders of Africa50 present and represented here, the 2 central banks and the Development Bank, and all investors that came here. Your presence among us is a real honor for our country and be respectfully thanked. Africa50 is an institution working in Africa, for Africa, with Africa, and thanks to Africa. This Africa, our Africa, that have 1.2 billion of population, have all the capacity to become a world power, because the 1/4 of the population all over the world will be African people. There is an emerging resources here in Madagascar, not counting the natural resources in this country and other continents. Madagascar is particularly committed in the growth of Africa. We are proud to taking the chairing of one of the biggest African organizations, that is the SADC, or Southern African Development Community. Our President of the Republic, Antananarivo, has been elected as the President, the Chair of the SADC for the next year. Another personality of Madagascar has been elected SG of the Indian Ocean Commission. And in addition, we have a president, an applicant to the presidency, the chairing of African Union, and this also our commitment. We are all conscious, aware of the challenges that we have to overcome. There are gaps in funding and infrastructure, and honestly, we have achieved a high growth among the African countries. So we need to conciliate this need in funding and our debt. Africans are limited to their debt on the time where they really need support and where their workforce can allow them to work faster and with enthusiasm. This is where Africa50 is vital for us, where with the support of the AFDB, Africa50 promotes the development and bridge the gap in infrastructure investment. Investment or that can be partnership or direct investment from private, not needing debt, being indebted. Madagascar then is convinced that this meeting is a precious opportunity to promote the economy, not only of our island, but also of Africa's, while putting in front our potential and, well, attracting significant investment. While talking about Madagascar's economy, it's better to share here that despite a very difficult international context from the 2020 recession, world recession, the key dynamism of key sectors allowed a growth of economy with 4% per year of economic growth, a figure that is satisfying compared to figures in Africa showing 3% of growth, economic growth from the FMI. The key sector of our economy are the mining with return of 157.7, with hotels 93% in 2023, tourism with a return of 44% in 2023, and revenue that is still improving with the 4 flights per week negotiated by our President of the Republic between Dubai and Antananarivo. Thanks to AGOA, Madagascar is currently the second clothing importer in Africa. We have a more significant volume of importation from 97 tons to 106 more tons in 2024. And thanks to the free submarine cable serving our country, Madagascar is the hub for digital development where we have center schools. The sector of future for Madagascar, thanks to the introduction of hybrid seeds, following the negotiation done by the President of the Republic with the China during the last forum, China-Africa 2024. Efforts carried out by our government, namely the new mining code of investment, new regulations of public investment management, will help us to harness a more attractive and securing investment for investors that would like to settle in here Madagascar. These figures are talking by themselves and show the considerable efforts of Madagascar. The President of the Republic, Andry Rajoelina, is making all of the efforts to catch up the development delay left since 1960. And believe me, he will not stop there, because he would like to implement many other projects for our nation. We have a president that is not getting tired and is never tired. I'm here to witness the tireless rhythm of our colleagues, right, colleagues? So we really hope that this general meeting of shareholders in Madagascar will attract investors and help us achieve the sustainable development objectives for Madagascar and for Africa in general. The topic of this event is focused on energy and energy transition, a topic which is absolutely capital for Madagascar and for African countries. In fact, it is to find investors that will help us exploit the resources that we have. It will help us support the national policy of the state, which is aiming at economic transition of Madagascar. Don't forget that Madagascar have 2,800 hours of sun exposure, and that can produce 7,388 megawatt of energy, and the hydropower can have this 7.388 with 8 to 9 meters per second in the south. The wind energy can provide 8 to 9 meters per second in the south. What investor would not be attracted by this energy market, which is huge, regarding infrastructure investment potential in Madagascar in Africa. We invite you to follow the debate that we'll have later. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, we'd like to address our thanks to all of you who worked tirelessly for the organization and the proper running of this event. We also thank all the partners from the private sector who offered their services graciously. We are convinced that this event will be fruitful and will open to new perspective for the development of Africa and Madagascar. Long life to Madagascar, long life to Africa50, and long life to the intra-African, cross-Africa cooperation. Thank you for your kind attention.
Nous remercions Madame la ministre de l'Économie et des Finances pour son discours. Avant l'allocution
presidential address, I invite you to discover the beauty of Madagascar in all its aspects in this video, Choose Madagascar.
Quatrième plus grande île au monde, riche en ressources naturelles exceptionnelles. Une destination de toutes les possibilités. Premier producteur mondial
possibility, first producer of vanilla and caviar in Africa and textiles in Africa. That is more attractive in active and hosting the West power plant, solar power plant in Madagascar with renewable energy, mining technology supported by the general support, human capital, industries, and economic transformations, governance, and law-abiding countries, investment in agro-investment in the 24 regions of the land. Textile industry supported by human power, which is there, has really been competitors of all big brands in the land. And Madagascar has a good internet access.
Et de l'innovation, la connectivité aérienne renforcée, les ressources naturelles endémiques et abondantes, offrant des expériences uniques, font du tourisme un des meilleurs atouts de la grande île.
Unique experience in Madagascar. Come and invest in our high brand international with the producer of nickel and cobalt. It is in the value chain for the war and renewable energy with solar, hydraulic, and wind farming energy. Strengthen the business climate in Madagascar. It is link between African continent and Asia. and it's positioning itself for ideal for business by extension of the main port of the seaport of the country to become a main hub of Indian Ocean port. Investing in Madagascar is to contribute to a sustainable growth of the economy, guaranteeing the investors that will be help you in everything. You are welcome to Madagascar. Give a round of applause, please. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to invite the President of the Republic of Madagascar to make his address. He's a man of faith and have big heart for his country and for the Malagasy population, and aspire to bring high the sustainable development. Please give a round of applause to the President, His Excellency Antananarivo. Mr. President of AFDB and President of the CEO of Africa50, dear Adesina and his wife, the General Director of Africa50, ladies and gentlemen, head of institutions, Mr. Prime Minister, head of the government, ladies and gentlemen, the ministers, ladies and gentlemen, the parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, the shareholders, member of Africa50 with your respective delegation, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, member of the diplomatic bodies and councils, here, ladies and gentlemen, the partner, technical and financial partners, and distinguished guests from the private sectors, group and trade unions, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with a high pride that we are welcoming today at this International Conference Center for the first time in Madagascar, the General Shareholder Meeting of Africa50, and allow me first to give a heartfelt thanks to the whole shareholder of Africa50 to choose Madagascar as a host of this event. I'd like also to express my gratitude to the team of Africa50 for the commitment in managing this assembly under the leadership of the CEO, my friend Adesina Akunime, and General Director Alain Ebobisi, with the collaboration, effective collaboration of the Ministry of Economy and Finance with the Minister, Mrs. the Minister. The chosen topic for this General Assembly: develop renewable energy and solution for innovative financing for infrastructures in Africa, respond to the challenges that Africa50 is facing, and give value to the enormous potential that it has. This assembly traces the road to the objectives and the future of Madagascar and our continent, and highlighted the stakes that cannot weigh the development of renewable energy. Solution for innovative financing for our infrastructure are essential and crucial. Madagascar has a big potential to become a model in energy transition. We have the opportunity to have an abundant natural resources and renewable, and we have a project in water and electricity that needs to be exploited. Mahavul, 300 megawatt extensible to 520 megawatt, Antatezawatt 140 megawatt Saufke, 92 megawatt extensible to 300 megawatts, Vulube 120 megawatt, which is still under study, but we are waiting for the financial closing. To concrete this vision, we need to have the support of international partners, and it is here that your roles, dear member of Africa50, your role is really crucial. We need to work together to ensure the funding of this ambitious project and allow Madagascar to transition green and energy and renewable. And I'm persuaded that after this meeting that we can see the light and get out of the darkness by supporting this project that is really in my heart. It's not only for Madagascar, but it's also for the whole of Africa, because energy transition is at the heart of competitiveness and resilience of our economy. This project, they are concrete solutions to respond to the energy need of our country, of our population, and our industry. The future of Madagascar lies in this clean energy, sustainable and accessible. I'd like to share with you the situation of energy in Madagascar. Energy situation in Madagascar is unsupportable. Currently, the production of energy in Madagascar lays mainly on a thermal center. On this dependence has a huge economic expenditure for our country for each kilowatt produced. The real cost is 1,200 ariary to 20 cents US, but the selling of it to the public is 10 cents of US dollar. So the government must fill in the gap, the 15 cents of dollar, which is very huge for the government, and this difference filled in by the government support the annual deficit of 250 million US dollars each second, each minute, each day that happens increases the financial burdens for our country. We cannot allow ourselves to lose time. It is imperative to optimize our investment towards energy transition in hydroelectric project. That studies have been finished, and as I mentioned earlier, energy is the key of industrialization of Madagascar, and without productions of energy, and which is cheap, our country will never reach its real potential for its development and emergence of Madagascar. Investing in renewable energy is a choice for a sustainable future and inclusive that leads us to economic growth, that development that is really expected by the populace. Renewable energy represent sure investment and which is cheap, that will contribute to the development of the country and will lead us to a future which is brighter and more sustainable and greener. It allows to create jobs for future generations and living a framework which is decent life. And our objective is to double or triple our energy capacities to accelerate this energy transitions. And we have launched a wind farm, solar farm with 50 megawatt in 50 districts out of the 126 districts of the, and we are projecting to install more 600 megawatt in solar farm. Madagascar has strong hydroelectricity, more than 7,000 megawatts available resources that we are determined to exploit. Africa has a unique opportunity to affirm itself as a world world leaders in fighting climate change by supporting innovative projects and sustainable and laying the foundations of the continent, which is with equity and for the sustainable development, not only for Madagascar, but for the whole of the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the strong conviction that we build together Africa that we want, united Africa, prosperous Africa. We are a rich continent and comparable with our cultural diversity as well as our huge natural resources. I said that Africa, it's not a problem, but Africa is a solution. And I would like to feeling through our vision and our faith that Madagascar would not be the tail, would be the head for the development and the example of development in the African continent. I have the habit to remind that that Africa has a surface which is bigger than Europe and USA and China, all of them three combined, with 60% of arable land that has not been exploited. More than 65 millions of our population are under 30. These are unstable potential that would put our continent to the center of development of the future of the world. We are a continent facing challenges to improve the living conditions of our population through industrialization that need to go through energy transition to transform our countries. We need to mobilize ourselves to change the course of history. Agricultural transformation is also primordial challenges for our country and also for Madagascar in particular. We have built our fight to have our sovereignty, and we are still fighting for food sovereignty of our respective countries of this continent and for the planet. Me personally, I would like to announce to you that we are going to transform our country, Madagascar, through the agricultural transformation, and because I'd like to share a situation that I said. A good father is someone who can feed his family, and a good president is someone who knows how to feed his population. And me, I know that I am a good father, and I would become a good president to feed the Malagasy population. Dear President of the AFDB, you have talked about, we have the match of it is a pride during the AFCN. Mr. President, but we did manage to defeat you, not 1-0, but 2-0. But today I launch again a challenge. It's not on football, but food security and self-sufficiency, food security, because you know Madagascar is the third country of rice producer is in Madagascar. We have Nigeria is the first producer, the second is Egypt. But with the effort that we are undertaking, Madagascar, fortunately, in few years we will be the first producer of rice in the African continent. And I explain to you why, because we are going to modernize the agriculture practices through mechanization, using hybrid seeds, and using the last technology. And Madagascar can and must be a zone for agricultural transformation. Rice is the staple food for Malagasy population. and we produce 4 million tons on an annual basis. Of 80% of Malagasy population are the agriculturers. And currently then, the harvest in Madagascar is only 3 tons per hectares, but by using the seeds for hybrid rice, it could go up to 12 tons per hectares. And we have experienced it in the northern part of Madagascar and in the highland. It is possible to triple, even to increase it 4 times the agricultural productions in our country. The studies have shown the productions of 1 million tons of paddy can generate 2% of additional economic growth that will lead to the growth rate that we'll have to have for 2024, 5%. And our wish, if we manage to do this, to have this project and program, we will go directly 2% additional to reach 7% since from 2025, when we produce 1 million tons of additional tons. And agriculture is $1,200 per ton, and with more than 100,000 hectares of rice field, it will represent $2 billion for income for our country. That's why we are focusing on agricultural transformation for our country. Additionally, next year, my quality as a president of the SADC, we have the SADC summit in August next year with the participation of the 16 member states. It is an opportunity for investment, and we put their incentive measures to soften the regulations regarding investment. And lastly, there is Emirates linking Antananarivo, Dubai. It is a trigger for tourism development and economy in Madagascar. For this, then, we need 11,000 rooms, additional rooms, and many hotels will be built this year. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I reiterate my gratitude to Africa50 for having chosen Madagascar as a host of this General Meeting. I also would like to express my gratitude for IFDB for its support and leadership, and the initiative such as this for the development of infrastructure for energy, transport, agriculture, and private sectors in Madagascar. Your trust in our country is a strong signal, and we rely on you to accompany Madagascar and Africa for its transformation, to construct a sustainable future for the prosperity of future generations. Madagascar is currently working on transformation. Big projects have been implemented on the territory. Among this project, I'll mention a few. Construction of the first motorway in Madagascar, linking Antananarivo to Thomas, responding to the needs to have those connection of the two regions and to modernize transport. This new motorway of 260 kilometers will reduce mainly the traffic between the two countries of Madagascar, the capital, and the port city of the 2 hours only instead of 8 to 12 hours. Once it is finished, and the economic benefit for this motorway is economy in fuels that could be reducing up to 40%. I mentioned also the project of the transport, cable transport in the capital of Madagascar, one of the solutions for the innovative mobility, because the city of Antananarivo is just for 300,000 population, but it is expanding an urban with more than 3 million inhabitants currently. So it is mandatory to find ways to solutions as sustainable and innovative. That's the reason why we creating new cities. Tanamasrand, the objective is to free the big agglomeration, because the city is saturated with high crescents, with intense migrations and lack of infrastructure and equipment. Project that is really in my heart, I'd like to share with you, that will literally change the landscape of the country and connected many regions and cities. The roads, solar road on the eastern coast of Madagascar, 1,600 kilometers, that will improve hugely the living conditions of the inhabitants of the regions and the towns and of Madagascar. Ladies and gentlemen, Madagascar, and ladies and gentlemen, to conclude my speech, Africa has all resources, the talent and the willingness to succeed, but this potential will not be free itself. It only through common visions and common commitment. This general meeting of Africa50 should be the catalyst to transform our ambitions into action, hand in hand, together at all levels, private sector, public actors, donors. We can make this dream as a reality. I wish you to have fruitful exchange and effective collaboration to build connected Africa, resilient and prosperous. So I declare officially opened the 24th of the general meeting of Africa50. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today you would have heard about the Volobe hydropower plant project. The importance of that project to Madagascar, the electricity to millions of people in Madagascar, and also supporting Madagascar's transition or energy transition. Today I'm pleased to announce that we have two important signing ceremonies related to this particular project, and hopefully these signings will then move the project to the next level. We have two signings. Like I said, we are going to begin now with the first one, which is a grant agreement between the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, the DFC, and the government of Madagascar.
Pour cette première signature, j'invite respectueusement à monter sur scène Monsieur Christopher Walker, vice-président adjoint pour la politique de développement de la DFC, et Monsieur Rémi Huber, directeur général, qui signera la convention de subvention au nom de
Grant Convention on behalf of the CGHV. Round of applause, please.
We'd also like to invite Lena Melitisi to come help us. She's the Principal Legal Director at Africa50, to come help us through with this signing. So the DFC will support the development of the Volobe project with a grant to the project company CGHV. We are pleased that this will be deployed to finance a portion of the development budget and will help to complete the remaining development activities in order to reach financial close. As you know, the Volobe hydropower plant project seeks to provide reliable and affordable electricity access to millions of Madagascans, contributing to the country's transition to renewable energy. When all this is done and it's operational, the project is expected to increase the country's electricity generation capacity by approximately 20%. So this is huge for the country. Please, a round of applause for them. Mr. Christopher Walker, please, do you mind a brief statement from you?
Yes, thank you. I represent the United States government's development finance institution. We invest in some of the world's greatest challenges through private sector solutions. In providing capital, we also bring transparency and openness, respect for local laws, and high standards for environmental, social, and integrity conditions. We are also committed to playing our part in closing the infrastructure gap in Africa, and we're pleased to be partners with Africa50 in doing so. We're also committed to promoting the development in Madagascar, and this project today, with my colleague Remy, is a step in that direction. We look forward to seeing this grant help develop the Volobe hydropower project by funding feasibility studies.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You may please take your seats. Please go ahead.
Le projet hydroélectrique de Vouloubé bouge. Le projet hydroélectrique de Vouloubé avance. Et s'il avance, c'est grâce à la...
It is thanks to the collaboration of actions of everybody. First of all, thanks to the support of His Excellency, Mr. the President of the Republic, André Rajoelina, and his team. Thank you. It's also thanks to the support of the partners of Africa50, who is hosting us today, represented by Mr. Alain BBC, thank you, and also by the group Malagasy Pan-African Action, represented here, Malagasy Group Action, represented here by Mr. Antananarivo. Of course, there is a support as well of the technical and financial partners. Historically, the World Bank Group, the European Union, the African Development Bank, who support the project. Thank you as well to them. And to my colleagues here in Tana, in Thomasna, on the site, who are progressing this project in the right direction. I won't forget, because one hydroelectric project is an investment project that is inclusive. So the civil society and the local population that are impacted by the project, thanks to their support. So if you have signed today, it will allow us to maintain the enabling conditions in order to go to the better conditions for the financial closure which is a needed action in order to transform the project into a real thing and to start the building of this project. So while continuing, let's continue to move forward. Let's move forward toward inclusive energetic transition of Madagascar. Thank you. Thanks to all of you for your support. Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. the President of the Republic. Thank you for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vous pouvez prendre place. Merci.
Now, as we prepare for the second signing, we have a short video message from Dr. Victoria Kwakwa, who is the Regional Vice President for Eastern and Southern Africa of the World Bank.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen,
I'm so sorry not to be able to be with you in person today at Africa50's 2024 General Shareholders Meeting in Antananarivo, Madagascar, but honored to be able to say a few words as you open this meeting. Let me first express my heartfelt gratitude to His Excellency President Andry Rajoelina for his leadership and for graciously hosting this significant gathering. Your unwavering commitment to the development of Madagascar and the broader region is a beacon of hope for us all. Madagascar holds a special place in the World Bank strategy for Africa, and our engagement here is driven by a deep commitment to supporting the country's development goals. We're committed to fostering partnerships that bring in private capital, expertise, and innovation to drive the sector forward. One of our key partners in this endeavor is Africa50. The collaboration between the World Bank and Africa50 is crucial in ensuring that Madagascar and other African nations can attract the necessary investments to build and maintain robust infrastructure. By working closely with institutions like Africa50, the African Development Bank, and other stakeholders, we can ensure that the resources and expertise needed to transform Madagascar's energy landscape are available and effectively utilized. The Volube hydropower project is a good example of this partnership. Beyond its immediate goal of increasing electricity generation, Volube is poised to play a transformative role in reducing the cost of energy and contributing to the overall stability of the nation's energy sector. We welcome the government's recent efforts to address these challenges, including the recruitment of a new CEO with a mandate to reform the utility. We will continue to work closely with the government to strengthen the sector's regulatory framework, improve Gerama's performance, and ensure that the energy sector is on a solid financial footing. In parallel to these reform efforts, the World Bank Group is also focused on providing the right signals to the private sector that Madagascar's energy sector is ready and ripe for investment. The World Bank is ready to collaborate with the government of Madagascar, Africa50, IFC, and other stakeholders to ensure that the Volube project not only comes to fruition, but also serves as a catalyst for broader economic development. Together, we can build a brighter, more sustainable future for Madagascar and for its people. Increasing private sector investment in power generation is a critical piece of this larger puzzle, and it is imperative that we work together to make it a reality. We need everyone, governments, private sector, development partners, and civil society to join us in this effort. Together, we can make a lasting impact on the lives of millions of people, not just in Madagascar, but across the African continent. Let this be our call to action, to commit, to collaborate, and to drive forward the projects and reforms that will transform Madagascar's energy landscape and ensure a sustainable future for all Africans. Thank you.
We're moving swiftly to the second sign-in, which is an expression of interest support letter from the European Union to the government of Madagascar for the same project Volube.
J'aimerais inviter respectueusement Madame la ministre de l'Économie et des Finances, Madame Rija Asmbe Loura-Barneri-Narson, à signer au nom du gouvernement malagasy et Monsieur Roland Kobia, Monsieur l'ambassadeur de l'Union européenne à Madagascar. Je vous prie de bien vouloir vous lever et de vous serrer les mains, s'il vous plaît, pour la photo. Et de rester à votre place, nous allons tout de suite procéder à la signature, à la photo de famille, excusez-moi.
Excuse me for the photo with His Excellency the President of the Republic of Madagascar that I kindly invite to join us, please. So, the Minister of Energy and Hydrocarbons, Mrs. the Ambassador of the United States of America, and the two CEOs of Action Group.
Thank you very much.
Je vous prie de bien vouloir prendre place, s'il vous plaît.
I invite you to join your seat. So we're going to end this first part of this ceremony. I would like to ask expectedly Mr. the President of the Republic of Madagascar, Mr. the Prime Minister, Head of the Government, Mr. the President of FDB, Mr. the Minister of Tanzania, and Mr. the CEO of Africa50 to go to the hall for the visit of the museum. Please. Thank you, and in a while we are going to proceed to a group photo. I'm going to mention those who are concerned for those who are for that group photo.
Et dans quelques instants, nous allons procéder à la photo de famille. J'aimerais déjà préparer.
I would like to prepare the President of the High Constitutional Court, President of the National Assembly, President of the Senate, Mr. the Minister of Economy and Finance, Mr. the Minister of Transportation and Meteorology, Mr. the Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development, Mr. the Minister of Energy and Hydrocarbons, and the natural representative of the United Nations Organization for Industrial Development, UNIDO. So I will let you know in a while when you need to come here.
Nous aurions également dans la photo de famille le chef de délégation des actionnaires et les membres du conseil d'administration de Africa50 et les équipes de Africa50.
Shall we please also have the senior leadership team of Africa50 join them? And the shareholders as well, please. Shareholders,
so just in a few minutes, we're going to ask you to join them for the family picture. You could still be seated, ladies and gentlemen, really sorry. Alors très bien, mesdames et messieurs, je vous prie de bien vouloir vous diriger vers le hall pour la photo de famille, s'il vous plaît. Ce que je vais citer à présent, Monsieur le Président de la Haute Cour constitutionnelle, Monsieur le Président du Sénat, Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée nationale, Monsieur le Ministre de Transport et de la Météorologie, Monsieur le Ministre de l'Environnement et du Développement durable, Monsieur le Ministre de l'Énergie et des Hydrocarbures, et la représentante nationale de l'Organisation des Nations Unies pour le développement industriel, le chef de délégation des actionnaires, les membres du conseil d'administration Africa50 et les équipes Africa50.
shall we please have the senior leadership team of Africa50 please join them? Board members of Africa50. No, so we'll go for the break.
Mesdames et messieurs, je vous prie de bien vouloir patienter, s'il vous plaît. Nous vous annoncerons la suite de notre programme.
Inform about the next items of the agenda later on. Just for you to get ready, we're going to have the break after. And we invite those who are sitting on the pink chair to go on your right. Those who are on the black chair to go straight toward the hall. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can now
encore une fois, pour ceux qui sont sur
coffee break. Those who are on the pink chairs, please go use the door on my left, and for those on the black chair, please go straighten toward the hall, and I invite you to come back in 15 minutes, please.
health center is the closest health center to the population of Bachinga. With the help of NHPC, a structure like this serves a lot to the population.
We have within NHPC a social investment program related to supporting the income generating activity with a particular focus to women and youth.
The advantages of having such a large power plant is that it will produce a low price electricity. We are clearly changing the face of the energy production in Cameroon. Being part of this type of project is really something to be proud of.
À mes enfants, j'en parle déjà tout le temps. Je suis une maman, un modèle. Déjà la fille et le garçon aussi, qui suit déjà aussi mes pas. C'est une grande fierté de pouvoir transmettre aussi à mes enfants demain.
Is a leading dialysis provider in East Africa. The company provides life-saving and life-extending care.
Nataka niseme nashukuru sana na mpaka sasa hivi najisikia niko nyumbani nikiwa hapa. Kwa hiyo siku hizo nafanya kazi vizuri masaa yote 9:30 ya kiserikali na nafanya yote masaa yote nikiwa kazini.
Bring infrastructure to local hospitals and regions that currently don't have it. When we add a dialysis center, we're oftentimes the first within that region to exist. We also partner with hospitals and nurses and doctors to provide the training needed to be able to manage the treatment really well within those regions.
When I joined it, nobody had an idea like, can a woman do this kind of job?
Honestly, this is my dream.
Kidney patients don't get any symptoms, so a patient can be sick without even knowing.
Kama unachoka kidogo sio sana, lakini mimi kumtazama kama naendelea vizuri. Hata mchaka nakimbia.
Right now on the continent, only 9% of people who require dialysis have access to care. And that is the problem that we're trying to solve at AHN.
Africa50 decided to invest in AHN to help close the healthcare access gap on the continent. I feel very proud of being part of the team at Africa50, knowing that every project or opportunity that we have to fund is helping to contribute to closing the infrastructure gap on the continent or providing vital services such as healthcare to African citizens.
Wahudumu wake ni wanasumbuka nao kwa upendo, na upendo kwa mgonjwa ndio wenyewe.
Mesdames et messieurs, je vous prie de bien vouloir reprendre place, s'il vous plaît. Je vous prie de bien vouloir entrer dans la salle, comme nous allons directement continuer notre cérémonie. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please come in the venue as we're going to resume our ceremony? Thank you. Mangataka panajana tsika rehetra mba iroso miverina makaty anatiny efitrano azafady indrindra tompoko. Ho antsika rehetra izay mbola ao amin'ny olona na any ivelany dia mba mangataka panajana atsika rehetra mba handroso indray ato anatiny efitrano azafady indrindra tompoko. Je vous prie de bien vouloir entrer dans la salle, s'il vous plaît. Je vous prie de bien vouloir entrer dans la salle, s'il vous plaît. Mesdames et messieurs, would you please come in the venue? Je vous prie de bien vouloir entrer dans la salle, s'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs. À tous ceux qui sont encore dans le hall ou à l'extérieur, je vous prie de bien vouloir entrer dans la salle, s'il vous plaît. salle, s'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs, à tous ceux qui sont encore dans le hall ou ceux qui sont à l'extérieur. Je vous prie de bien vouloir reprendre place. Merci.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, shall we please have you back? We're about to start. We will be starting with the panels, but then before that, we have some very important signings to do.
Mesdames et messieurs, je vous prie de bien vouloir prendre place, s'il vous plaît. Nous allons poursuivre notre...
And we are going to carry on with our agenda, which is a panel discussion. But before that, we'll move on to the next signing.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you please have you come back in so we can start? For our participants who are still outside, please come back in. We have our panel sessions that will be going on, but we have some very important signings to do. Ladies and gentlemen, could you please come back in and take your seats?
Mesdames et messieurs, je vous prie de bien vouloir prendre place, s'il vous plaît.
Two very important agreements under clean cooking. You've heard a lot this morning about clean cooking and how it's important, not just for Madagascar, Africa, and globally as well. We have two. We're going to start with the first one, which is a loan agreement for smart clean cooking projects here in Madagascar. We were going to invite upstage the Minister of Economy and Finance. We're also going to invite upstage OPEC Fund, Mr. Khalid Al-Zayer, who is the Regional Director, East and Southern Africa for OPEC Fund. Please, could you please come up so we can start with the signing? Thank you. Halima, please come help us. There are two loan agreements with this particular signing. We'll start with the first one, after which we move to the second. Thank you, Madam Minister. Now the turn of Mr. Khalid Al-Zayer to also sign. We are moving on to the second loan agreement. Thank you very much. May you please now be upstanding so we can take a picture, shaking hands. A round of applause for them, please. Thank you. We'll now move on to the second signing under clean cooking. This is a letter of intent for clean cooking transition involving ethanol. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome on stage Honorable Minister Valerie Fitzgerald, Honorable Minister Olivier Jean-Baptiste, Dr. Kevin Kariuki, Vice President, Power, Energy, Climate and Green Growth at the African Development Bank Group. Only him. Please, shall we have Honorable Minister Olivier Jean-Baptiste? Thank you very much. Please take your seat. Dr. Kevin Karuki, please. Mr. Khalid Alzaye, please come over. Mr. Alain Ebobise. Lena will help us with the signing. This is a letter of intent for clean cooking transition involving ethanol. Thank you very much. It's all done now. Can we please be upstanding for a group photo? And a round of applause for them as well, please. Thank you very much for your time, sir. Now the panel sessions will be starting very soon. Thank you for your attention.
Je vous prie de bien vouloir applaudir très fort, s'il vous plaît, et surtout si vous êtes encore présent dans la salle.
Now we are going to welcome our agenda, continue our agenda with the panel discussion, and we'll start with the first panel, which is the redefining infrastructure investment, transmission line financing, and asset recycling. And we have the joy of welcoming our moderator, Mr. Kader Hassan, Senior Investment Director of Africa50, that I would like you to welcome with a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone, or almost afternoon. So I have the immense pleasure to be hosting this very important discussion. The discussion on not one, but two critical topics, which will be asset recycling that our illustrious CEO talked about this morning, and we're very pleased to have done the first one on the continent, and on transmission line financing, which we're going to need if we're going to achieve energy access. Now, luckily for me, I am joined by an illustrious quadra of panelists that will help us on this discussion. And without further ado, I would like you to help me in welcoming the first one of these four panelists. It will be de notre pays hôte. J'aimerais inviter Monsieur le ministre des Transports et de la Météorologie, Monsieur le ministre Ramon Zavella, s'il vous plaît, sous vos applaudissements. Qui nous vient de la République du Congo, sous vos applaudissements, Monsieur le ministre du Budget, du Portefeuille et des Comptes Publics, Monsieur le ministre Ngatsé. From the African Development Bank, the Vice President for Energy, Mr. Kevin Kariuki. Last but not least, from Kenya, I would like you to welcome Mr. John Mativo, the Managing Director of Ketraco. Thank you. Please have a seat. Now, I am told that the morning was so interesting that we have very little time, so we'll try to jump into it. Et Monsieur le ministre, avec l'hospitalité légendaire de la Grande Île, je pense que vous me permettrez d'adresser la première question à votre invité, Monsieur le ministre Ngatsé. Je vous remercie. Alors, Monsieur le ministre Ngatsé, bonjour.
Bonjour.
Alors, comme je le disais tantôt, nous avons une importante discussion ce matin sur deux sujets. Le premier sujet est le recyclage d'actifs. Le recyclage d'actifs, comme a évoqué le CEO ce matin, est un mécanisme innovant de financement des infrastructures. Donc, nous sommes très fiers d'avoir déployé le premier, je l'avais dit tantôt. Et j'aimerais que vous discutiez avec nous, en tant que ministre en charge du budget, des comptes publics, l'importance de trouver des mécanismes.
Importance of finding a mechanism, financing mechanism that is not a burden to the country, and how this new program can be a net benefit for the Republic of Congo and other shareholder countries. Thank you. So first, I would like to thank the host country, the Republic of Madagascar, for the welcoming and the President of the Republic, Andra Zuelna, that who could chair this huge ceremony. We transmit, we say hello on behalf of the Congo population. So as a Minister of the Budget, I understand how issues related to investment in the sector is weighing on the budget. And when I followed the DG, the CEO Adesina, on the mechanisms suggested regarding asset recycling, I see that there's a huge opportunity for our country to find alternative pathways for the country in particular who has an important debt. So we can just congratulate the project. And when I would like to talk about Congo and what we can do with this new financing mechanism. Thank you, Minister. Minister, within the Madagascar framework, His Excellency, the President of the Republic, mentioned two important assets this morning. The second was the sun, and the first is the highway. Can you give us details about the funding mechanism on transport sector, but or maybe as well in transport in general? Thank you, and welcome Adesina, President and CEO Adesina, the CEO, and welcome to Madagascar. So effectively regarding the highway, this will be to allow reduce the trip between Madagascar, between Antananarivo, the capital city, and to Amasna. And there are many economic flow passing by this way. And Madagascar, Antananarivo, is the center of the economy. So we wanted to design about a highway that can maintain this flow and funded by equity. And this is a mixed funding, and part of it will be because we wanted to make the cost as the most bankable one and the lowest one, because we want to seek this public-private partnership to reassure the private sector that there will be return on investments. So this highway will be built in 2 years, and we will attend the planning. We'll achieve the planning, which is 80 kilometers per year, and about the cost, the delay, and the quality. So time is very important. The timeline is very important in everything that we do. And we have the public-private partnership. We have a few projects involving PPP here in Madagascar, in air sector, customs services, and everything related to power production. And the idea is to bring funding, alternative funding, and innovative funding to have the lowest risks on the project and to make those projects registered as fast as possible, because time is important, and having projects that can reduce poverty, improve people's lives, and to become an economic attraction. In terms of asset recycling, there is a possibility to do that with the ports, airports that we have, and experiences that we have for and by African operators that we already have can be enriching to us to see to learn lessons from their experiences, and would like to share as well with people who are here. Something come to my mind immediately. You said this highway is 250 kilometers long, and it's important to deliver 80 kilometers very quickly. And maybe can you give us a picture of the first phase, like having this first phase and then having the second phase without being indebted. So of course the experience of each and everyone is to see this possibility, because this is a new approach, and we'll have to discuss about it with the minister in charge of the transport and public works to see this funding and to be able to accompany people on the possibility based on studies that we'll do, and the possibility of railway transport as well alongside this highway. Great.
John, as the CEO of Motivo, you have, and my numbers may be wrong, but I think you have 3,000 or so kilometers of transmission line that you finance, more or less. What I want you to give us a sense of, and also the audience, is that you have historically financed transmission lines a certain way. And what is being proposed now as an innovative financing mechanism is a transmission line PPP. And we're proud that Kenya will be, or Africa50 jointly with Kenya will be the first one that will be deployed. Why don't you give us a sense of how you used to do it, how it's being done now, and what are the differences, and how is it that you see this new mechanism as being positive and hopefully something that can be rolled out?
Thank you. Let me just, again, I'll be extremely brief, but I have to go back in history. Approximately 25 years ago, Kenya made a deliberate decision to unbundle generation. So there's a lot of investment in generation that time, but 10 years later, that's 15 years ago, the government realized this generation was increasing because we had brought a couple of IPPs and the companies were increasing, but the transmission network was not moving fast. So they made a decision to form KETRACO, that, as I said, 15 years ago, focusing purely on transmission infrastructure. That's 132 kV and above. So when you took over, the country had 3,400 kilometers of transmission lines. Over time, and I can promise you by the end of this calendar year, we'll have increased the numbers to 10,000 kilometers. So how did you do that? One, the model that the government was using is that the National Treasury was borrowing concessional loans from African Development Bank, World Bank, the French FD and other players. So that's a model that has been used for all those years until where we are. We've just done our transmission master plan, and our projection is to bring, for the next 20 years, another almost 9,600 kilometers. The numbers I've looked at is Kenya requires approximately $5 billion for the next 20 years. That means it's 250 billion years per year. That's what we need to improve our network to reach a certain level. We already have some funding ADB's financing 3 new projects, World Bank and the rest. But to meet these numbers, it's important, and the government has made a deliberate decision to open up the space to private sector. So we started our journey on PPPs. We initially started 2016, 2020, but then we got an expression of interest by Africa50. We have another expression of interest by Adani. We have another one by EDF from France that have moved to different directions, at different levels, sorry. With Africa50, we have moved through the whole journey of from expression of interest, their proposal being approved by the committee, been going to develop the project, and currently we're just about to go negotiations. Our prayer is that within the next few weeks, we'll close that. Similarly, at different projects, almost the same level. So we see ourselves getting commercial closure within this calendar year, and the law gives us 1 year maximum to get financial closure. So that means by next year, we believe we'll be having financial closure for the existing projects. As we continue forward, then 2 years construction, hopefully we'll have projects done under PPP coming up 2027 around that time. Ketraco has an asset base of more than $2.something billion worth of projects. So that's also another room that we can talk about asset monetization at a certain level. Then we can see how to recycle the money back to reinforcing the grid. Thank you.
But I think the common theme here is that you will not be incurring additional indebtedness. That is correct, right? With this mechanism.
Yes, yes, I confirm. So as I said earlier, the model was National Treasury, the government or Ministry of Finance would borrow money from the DFIs and grant the money to Ketraco. So the government has actually told us that yes, the debt ceiling has reached a very high level. So therefore, transmission has to start thinking of other mechanisms of financing. And just like generation, that's how we're thinking about it. So in future, there's going to be less and less burden going to government and Ketraco and more come into private sector to finance and partner with us and make the projects reality as we target to meet our targets in the master plan.
Yeah, and I think that's the point here. Even though these two topics we're talking about are distinct, they're somewhat related because the goal is to allow additional breathing room for our governments and finding other ways of financing and just going to borrow, which hits the debt ceiling of our country where they're restricted. And here are coming to the premier financing institution in the continent because that's where the rubber meets the road. Without financing, all of these we're talking about doesn't happen, right, Kevin? And you're sitting on arguably the largest pool of money in this room. So why don't you tell us how you're going to help him, me, and actually all four of us in getting these projects done?
Thank you very much. I mean, I think to start with, I think the evolution in financing of transmission lines needs to be understood from a conceptual perspective. First of all, the understanding before was that transmission lines are what you call natural monopolies, which means you cannot have parallel wires. So that notion has sort of been disabused to date. And there are very many examples around the world, Brazil, India, and other places where you have privately financed transmission lines. So now, the thing is, as Engineer Mativa has just said, the model before was to borrow money and burden the exchequer. So, but the reality is, we've been able to prove that privately financed transmission lines can actually be financed by the private sector. And the idea here is that we must be able to reduce the cost of financing. We must be able to make sure that the financing is long-term. Because if you make it long-term, then you can actually be able to reduce. We must be able to come up with the guarantee mechanisms. We must be able to provide, for example, even fast loss to be able to reduce the cost of financing. So at the bank, we have an array of instruments, both from partial risk guarantees, long-term concessional financing, and we can even help attract what we call climate finance to further reduce the cost of financing. Because the idea here is, you find a situation whereby when we did privately financed generation projects, there was the notion that it is expensive. So the one thing that we must be able to do, and this is what we do very well as a development finance institution, is to be able to come up with various products that, first of all, will ensure that the risk perspective from an investor is significantly reduced in order to be able to crowd in investors such as Africa50 or other partners who are interested in looking at this kind of project. So I think for us as a bank, what we do is to understand that in order for you to be able to move generation to where the customers are, you must be able to transmit this power. And if we have been able to develop generation, then we need the transmission systems, and we must be able to now go beyond public financing to private financing. And that's what we are now doing through what we call our Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa. We can be able to bring blended financing to be able to make the cost of financing competitive. We can do even up to 20, 25 year money on private sector to be able to ensure that these long-term projects are able to be financed. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Monsieur le ministre Ngati, vous avez entendu le vice-président de la BAD. Je pense que si je me rappelle bien la géographie du Congo, toutes vos unités de production sont vers Pointe-Noire, et les centres de demande sont à 500, 600, 800 km plus loin, ce qui veut dire que vous avez des
700
besoins
kilometers
énormes.
away, which means you need a huge transmission line, and you've just explained to us it hasn't been done because you haven't checked it. I think that the president is here and he knows how many times his brother, President Sassou, keeps asking him every day for him to help us. But there are also other settings which are linked to the determination of the national debt for Congo. Unfortunately, it's limited, but I want to say that Congo now is implementing a huge program to restore this sector. And we're going to move from being a public sector to a mixed sector, which has the production companies, transport and trade. And we are supported by external partners, African Development Bank and the World Bank, and the contract is the signature of the contract is ongoing, and 100 million from the World Bank is going to be issued for us to be more attractive to private investors, because the electricity system that we have now has been there for a long time. And talking about transport, of course, Congo has a huge problem because now, independently on the fact of the hydropower energy, Congo is a country that shares the watershed of a river with our neighbors, so we have a huge potential. But for the moment, we need to in order to make sure that we produce enough electricity, we have 30% of hydropower plant energy. Unfortunately, 70% of gas is produced in Pointe-Noire at the Atlantic coast, yet up to Central Africa, it requires up to 1,000 kilometers. We need to have investment and discussing about it. We're talking about recycling, especially for the hydro power plant that produces 400 megawatts. We can also recycle that. If we combine it with the funding with the bank, we can do many things with Congo to improve the quality of the offer. But let me conclude saying that the opportunity that is offered to us for the transformation of this sector is great for Congo, because President Rajouin talked about subvention. For us, it's double compared to Madagascar, without counting the loss of VAT, etc., which is considerable. So if we can restructure, if we can be accompanied by private partners, if we can reduce all these subventions, we can, I think it can help the country create additional support supply. So for the same sector, now we all know about Brazzaville and Pointe-Noire production, which are not enough, and there's an industrial group that is coming, that is going to produce more electricity. We need to invest in that sector for us to be able to export even to the neighboring country like Congo, that needs a lot of electricity. That's a huge project. The other countries as well, like Central Africa and Cameroon, I see the minister is here. In fact, these should be developed in our country. We have an hydropower plant that should be developed. We need to have a sub-regional market to exchange capacities. That's what I wanted to add. I have colleagues in the room that work in a transmission line platform that can help you without an additional debt. It would be a pleasure, because at the same time, between Brazza and Pointe-Noire, we are implementing this line, because at Pointe-Noire we have a huge capacity for gas, and for the moment we can send to the neighboring countries, especially coming out of Angola and Ingapu, which is at the southwestern side of Congo, with the mining project in Katanga and the other provinces of the south.
that you can share with us, and also for other member countries that are looking to get into this space, so they can learn from you and save, be more efficient in the delivery?
Oh, thank you. It's been a journey, and therefore there are lessons that you have learned that we're always eager to share, so that someone doesn't have to reinvent the wheel. I started a journey in 2016. By that time, we had a PPP Act 2013, which was not working, and that's why Kenya, we had not delivered so many PPP projects at that time. And it's only in 2021 where the government, working with the development partners, came out with a very good act that has enabled a lot of work to be done. So definitely spending time in having the right act is very important to cover both PPP and asset recycling, whatever investment that is coming from private sector. That's number one. Number two is capacity building. PPPs are extremely complex. If your staff don't have the capacity, then you can either take more time or you'll not do the right thing. And I really appreciate ADB. Africa spent a lot of time in terms of getting my people and myself trained. Actually, I think in that region we have the most number of certified PPP professionals within the company. So a lot has been spent in capacity building, helping us get financial models, helping us get templates to be able to do both PPP. So there's a lot that the bank, ADB, has assisted us with Africa. But the other thing just to mention is I've seen the negotiations going on for long, definitely a lot of capacity building negotiations. But if we can have templates in Africa so that we reduce the kind of agreements, because I would have noticed that if we don't have the right agreement, right project agreement done, and these are 30-year plans, agreements that can actually come and bite the country or somebody else. So it's important that either we have templates to make these things easier and discussed across the board. Stakeholder engagement is important. If you've been listening to the news back home in Kenya, a lot of back and forth, so that has to be political support definitely is quite important. Then I think the most, what as Kevin actually mentioned, support in terms of reducing the cost of debt and return on equity, because finally these are going to end up in tariffs for the consumers. So if there's a way, especially as we start the pilot projects and people getting the kind of tariffs that we get at the beginning, because with time, definitely, as our projection is that sales will increase, so the tariffs will go down. These projects are there for 30 years, we'll use them for 65 years, so the benefit is always there, but it's just the beginning, the first 5 years, that we need supporters to get us there. So the things we can share, we're always ready to walk this journey together and support anybody else. We have learned a lot from the banks that have really supported us so much, so we are looking forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. And this conversation could continue for another hour, but unfortunately, I am not master of time, and I've been asked to cut it short, but I will ask for the indulgence because I would be remiss if I didn't give our host the opportunity for 30 seconds to give us the final words for this panel. Mr. Minister.
Merci, effectivement. Donc, on a vu un peu les différents exemples qu'il y a. Et un des aspects sur lesquels je voudrais faire l'appel aux institutions financières internationales, c'est qu'il ne peut de développement que de développement endogène. Il faut croire en son secteur privé. Le secteur privé à Madagascar est assez dynamique. L'accès et la disponibilité des
fonds. Availability of international funds are limited in terms of sustainability, with variations at the risk of currencies. So maybe we can see. We should give the country availability of funds to participate to give access to PPP and promote international investors, because ambassadors first have to work for the socio-economic environment where they are, and then learn from examples all over Africa, and together we can make an Africa of the future Africa a joyful and a prosperous one.
Nous allons prendre une photo de panel avant de passer à la
before moving to the next session.
Nous remercions nos panélistes et notre modérateur pour cette première séance. Nous poursuivons avec le deuxième.
Continue with the second panel, which is innovative financing solutions for Africa's energy transition. And we have the privilege to welcome Ndea Yoka, journalist of Africa News, as a moderator. Let's give a round of applause for her.
Forty percent is the approximative percentage of African living without access to energy. But I do have another number, a more exciting one, 60%. 60% is the world solar potential that Africa holds. Can you imagine that? 60% sounds unbelievable, but it is. So today, we will discuss how to find the necessary funds to turn this light, but not only this light, the water, the wind, and the heat beneath our feet. Today, we will discuss innovative financing solutions to turn these resources into energy, clean energy, accessible to everyone. I am Ndea Yoka, journalist, moderator, and producer. Please help me warmly welcome our dear panelists as they are ready to plug their ideas into this very essential conversation. I will start with le ministre de l'Énergie, de l'Eau et des Hydrocarbures, Son Excellence, Monsieur Olivier Jean-Baptiste. Let's give the minister a round of applause, please. Next, the Minister of the Economy, Planning and Regional Development from Republic of Cameroon, Honorable Alamin Ousmane May. Please, sir, kindly join me on stage. Then, the CEO of African Group, Mr. Asnen Irije. Let's give him a round of applause, please. And finally, the Director of Portfolio Management Private Sector Operation of the OPEC Fund for International Development, Mr. Said Tofik Rida. Sir. Thank you. Please have a seat. Sans perdre de temps, Monsieur le Ministre, j'aimerais commencer avec vous. Le président de la République, André Rajoelina, nous a parlé tout à l'heure des projets solaires en cours à Madagascar. J'aimerais que pouvez-vous élaborer sur toutes les politiques qui ont été mises en place pour booster la transition énergétique qui est très en cours dans votre pays, bien entamée, et bien évidemment
that are happening here in Madagascar and the initiatives to attract funding. Thank you very much, moderator, and good morning, everyone, honorable guests. Good morning to my fellow panelists. Effectively, Madagascar is in a situation today, as mentioned by the Excellency, is President of the Republic, in a situation where we need to boost energy, access to energy for the overall population. Currently, we hardly have 30% of access to power energy on the territory, and our ambition is to increase by 70% the access to energy in the future. As mentioned by the President of the Republic, Madagascar is rich in energy potential, especially renewable energy. If you just mention hydropower, hydropower, and we have suns, so we have solar power energy potential, and we have a wind speed very favorable, enabling that we can establish and exploit. So in terms of global management of energy sector, and particularly in 2017, we have the Code of Electricity certain things, few things have been developed, and we'll talk about it. For example, there's the possibility for the private sector to invest in power sector. So there was a decree on regulations to define the different steps necessary to access to this activity. As you know, currently Madagascar, if we give some figures to put you, to give you some background about the stakes, we have a power, 800 megawatt power installed plant. So we still use the thermal energy power plant, but this is very costly to the country. But we already have an alternative power. We have the progressive hybridization of plants in district level in the country, because the Jirama, the national company, operates hundreds of plants. So there's hybrid processing, hybrid project. And we have also an initiative to add 32 other districts, an initiative with the World Bank. We have the hydro project mentioned earlier, and which is very ambitious and will allow us to increase access to electricity and to reduce the cost, of course. If I remind you that the Volube project and the CHV that we just mentioned earlier, which is 120 megawatt, and another initiative mentioned by the president for the case of Sahufke, for example. So we have a lot of potential in terms of hydropower production. So all this lead us to the real energy transition. However, I would like to give a precision that Madagascar is a vast country where 75% of the population are still in the rural, live in the rural area. So this is the rural electrification needs to be increased. So in rural areas, we only have 15% of power access. So we have an agency currently, Agency for Power Energy. This is a private initiative to launch for projects, power project to install. So the mini grid, the nano grid. So now, for example, in terms of rural electrification, we have more than 700 places on grid, and regarding the majority of them are solar energy powered, and we also have micro hydro and other mini grid. So energy transition is something that is important to us, and we want to move to that. So we work closely with the private sector to develop those different projects. So the Cameroon as well have started its energy transition. The country just inaugurated its first 60 megawatt. So what is the role of a strategic partnership in the implementation of such a huge project, large-scale project? First, thank you very much for the invitation and our presence here in Antananarivo. Through our presence here, I would like to express our gratitude for the government of Madagascar for the hospitality and for the welcoming for our first coming here. Second, before moving on talking about the topic that you mentioned, it's important that we bear in mind that economic and social development of the continent and of our country cannot be done without solving the energy problems first, energy challenges. The structural problems in energy distribution, without that, it's difficult to talk about emergence. A moderator, you allow me to give you some figures to say that the African continent have 600 million people without access to power. The African continent is not close to the SDG, energy, affordable and sustainable. So for the result, we have means, but this is difficult to access. These are millions of dollars in terms of cost. So the country cannot do that based on their own resources, their equity. But it's important to find alternative solution. And to move on to that, there are 3 solutions that I think are important for our continent. We need strong commitment. And second, we need national and regional approach to move on to the energy pool. And third, we need to mobilize financial resources within the public and private sector. So we have an article, which is an illustration of a mobilization of a PPP funding, 420 megawatt, $400 million of investment, and shareholder structuring. The second group is already operating, and the generators, we have generators that will soon as well be operating, and 11 institutions of funding for local banks together allowed them to mobilize $1.2 billion. So this model, like with actors like Africa50, World Bank, KfW, AFD, manifested a great interest for the affordability of the project, and in the law, in everything that they needed. You see, the actors, private sector, industries, technical and financial partners showed an attraction, interest, and when the perspective and when the economic potential is noble. That's why within the Cameroon, we were able to develop a development strategic plan based on PPP funding. Of course, not only on funding the distribution, but with innovation as well, like funding of a transmission line by the private sector. We want to move on to that side, but before that, we want to produce more power. The Kikot project with Iowa, an additional of 1,000 megawatt. So with a PPP in Cameroon, in Manti, we can cover a sub-region within the framework of energy pool, and compulsory funding in terms of transport to compensate the burden on the state's return on investment. So this is, Mrs. Yoka, what the Cameroon is doing currently, but I would like to mention that we cannot have a fast success if the private sector is not joining. And we are happy to see that the private sector is funded by the international institution. Very interesting, Minister. Let's see if Mr. Reje would like to complement this reflection. First, I would like to thank particularly my friends from the Africa50 for the invitation. I'd like to say what energy since this morning, what light of hope at 3 levels. The first thing is I have the honor and the opportunity to have 2 ministers by my side today, but they are saying what we are doing, the private sector, what we are doing, but together, all together, we can move mountains. there are many things to do, and together we can do a lot. Political will allow us to accelerate. This morning we've heard His Excellency, the President of the Republic, that saying he's by the side of the private sector for the not only for the renewable energy sector, but for all the other sectors. So we've heard Professor Adesina and the FDB witnessing the importance of private companies. I can witness that. I can be a witness. In 6 months, we were working on the due diligence for projects funded by the AFDB. So now we are attending this GSM, and these are not just promises without any blank promises, but we have already assets costing $8 billion. Let's give us a round of applause for that. But within Africa50, if you have 5 Africa50, then we won't have any issues anymore. The minister said earlier, with political will, I'm not going to repeat that, it's important. The second thing that we need is a framework, an accurate framework, regulation framework with the rules of the game. And the last thing that we need is the funding, but be careful, not only funding, like perception of risk, Africa risks, be careful about this, be careful about that, but we're not even sure that in Africa we have developed in different ways, but we'll have our own rules. But in order to access real funding with acceptable rates, Africa is not the same as before. Africa is paying 3% of its annual revenue on power costs of energy and power. It's not acceptable. So in order to have the same opportunity to develop, we need blended finance. And I'm claiming this. We have projects, we have resources, we have seen our potential, but help us to develop with the real investment condition, with rates that will allow us to meet the needs of our population. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that in what has been presented, energy in Africa and in Madagascar particularly, it's clear that it's a pillar to the economical development and development of the households and population. That's undeniable. And as we said, we're going to work hand in hand with the public sectors in order to set frameworks and regulations, have visions on where we want to go in the country, whether in the big grid or in rural electrification. The option is to use renewable energy, which is a step that we cannot avoid now. And the mobilization of funding currently is one of the key issues for the success of this project. I think that the example of our colleague from Cameroon that gave the example of more than 1,200 million USDs in a project with lots of a lot of other entities funded, but what is important is those who are going to provide funds should have feel this confidence, because in terms of energy, if it's going to increase the economy of the country if we provide the support for the energy. So the policy, we need to, the government needs to work with private entities and funders in order to have this development. And I think that all the examples from the Cameroon, the political will, the will from private sectors to accelerate the progress of the project demonstrate everyone's will that we have what we need to develop energy for our population and for the economical development for our country. Thank you very much for your expertise. Now I invite you to go back to your seat after a picture.
Vous pouvez prendre place. Applaudissons très fort, s'il vous plaît, pour nos panélistes. Et nous terminons avec le troisième.
To end with the third panel that is led by Mrs. Dea. This time we're going to discuss about the role of ethanol in the energy transition, including the fuel of.
In the energy transition, including clean cooking fuel. Before introducing our speaker to the stage, we will now have a video of a message from Dr. Fatir Bihol, Executive Director of the International Energy Agency. Okay. I will call to the stage Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development of the Republic of Madagascar, Honorable Max Fontaine. Please, sir, join me on stage. Thank you. Merci. Honorable Dr. Mwigulu Lamek Ncheba Madelu, Minister of Finance and Planning of the United Republic of Tanzania. Welcome, sir. Now we will welcome Mr. Zo, Andrea Mampianina, CEO of Vitogaz, Madagascar. Mrs. Chebet Lisan, founder and CEO of Bright Green Renewable Energy. Mrs. Volatiana Rakontranzafi, country representative of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization of Madagascar. Let's give her a round of applause, please. And finally, Mr. Louis Bundawi, Senior Country Manager of the East and Southern Africa Public Sector Operation of the OPEC Fund. Thank you, sir. You can. Oui. Really? Sorry, I have a lot of paper. Okay. Okay, I don't have. Mister, can you please talk? Est-ce que vous pouvez nous parler des avantages environnementaux, monsieur, de l'adoption généralisée des solutions de cuisson propre à Madagascar, notamment sur la déforestation et la qualité de l'air?
Bonjour, merci beaucoup pour cette question. Félicitations à tous les organisateurs de l'événement de ce matin, Madame la Ministre de l'Économie et des Finances.
Minister of Economy and Finance. I'd like to start this panel by saying I'm really happy to be in this panel. We have women in terms of gender issues, and I'm really happy for the organization of this panel where I'm in. So regarding the advantages and benefits of ethanol, the GPL, and other cooking fuel, clean cooking fuel, we need to start with the context of Madagascar. Currently, 95% of Malagasy population still use firewood to cook, and we have a huge problem in terms of need, and we cannot blame them, because the role as the government of the private sector, as the fund donors, is to bring the alternatives to the local population. It can be shocking to hear the minister saying, because maybe I don't have other choices than be selling charcoals to make to meet ends meet. So ethanol and other fuels are important. Globally, clean cooking methods are better for the health. According to the WHO, in 2022, 20,000 people die out of non-clean cooking fuels, because Malagasy population cook using firewood and charcoals in their house. So apart from the health issues, we also have environment issues. So these clean cooking sources are more interesting than charcoal, because our decision is based on the least expensive energy source. So we have technical and financial partners, the government, the private sectors need to work hand in hand so that the energy source are more accessible to people.
Transition to clean cooking fuel across the country.
Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs, tous les protocoles sont respectés. Permettez-moi de continuer en anglais. The access to clean energy in my country, Tanzania, so far it is still less than 10%, whereby the LPG contributes around 5% and the electricity contributes around 3%, while the natural gas is around 1%. Yeah, we are using the natural resources such as gas to support the clean cooking in our country to ensure sustainability of supply and the stability of prices. We know as we contribute that 3% from electricity, we have over 70% in the urban areas and around 24% in the rural areas. We are using the distribution which has been highly connected in rural areas and in the cities. We are building awareness and sensitization in the public using electricity for cooking. And for sure, in the recent past, we are sure we will achieve the higher numbers than this one because Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan now is the champion in this agenda all over Africa. I understand the big role of natural gas that can play in supporting transition to the cooking, to the clean cooking. We will extend infrastructure, and we are now planning to extend to around 10 regions in the country, whereby we will ensure connection of over 25% of households in town municipals, which will be using natural gas. And for now, over 50% of the use of charcoal is in Dar es Salaam, whereby that is the big city. For that matter, we are sure with the sensitization and emphasis, we will overturn this 50% to be in clean cooking, and that one will be a big achievement, and that can be achieved within a short time from now, because it's a matter of emphasis and sensitization, and that one has been, it is ongoing now.
Great, thank you, sir. Yeah. Before hearing from our next speaker, we will now watch the video I was talking to you earlier from the Dr. Fatih Bihol, Executive Director for the International Energy Agency.
Dear colleagues, at the IEA, we look at the numbers very closely. And when we look at the numbers about the global energy investments in Africa, we see a major discrepancy. Of the all global energy investments, only 4% of global energy investment today go to Africa, where we have about 20% of global population. And on top of that, Africa needs energy investments more than many other continents and the other places in the world. This is a major issue, and therefore the efforts of Africa50 is of crucial importance. One of the areas that IEA has been working since almost 20 years on a continuous basis was energy access issue. Both electricity access and also access to clean cooking. In sub-Saharan Africa today, still 4 out of 5 families use primitive cooking practices in order to provide the meal. And this is major health and gender issues in addition to economic and environmental consequences. So as a response to that, going beyond analysis, we have last May brought many governments, financial institutions, both public and private financial institutions, and energy industry together in Paris to address the clean cooking issue. The meeting, in fact the summit, we say, brought together more than 1,000 people, and we raised in this meeting from public and private sources $2.2 billion. And this comes on top of the great efforts coming from the African Development Bank, raising more than $4 billion. The meeting, which was chaired by Norwegian Prime Minister, Tanzanian President, and my friend, African Development Bank, President Adesina and myself brought many different players together. Dear colleagues, we think this is a crucial issue. Energy investment in general, but the investment for clean cooking is a major issue, a problem that we can, in fact, easily address and solve and change the lives of the people in a better way in Africa. So in that respect, I am very fortunate to work with my colleagues in Africa50 and with all of you together to address this major energy but humanitarian issue. Thank you very much to all of you from the IEA in Paris. Thank you.
Let's continue. We will now hear from the CEO of Vitogaz Madagascar, Mr. Andrea Mampianina. What is the role of Vitagaz within the clean cooking value chain?
Oui, merci beaucoup. Tout d'abord, je voudrais remercier Africa50 pour cette tribune pour aborder
talking about this very important subject for all of us. I think it's important before starting that I say that Vitogaz Madagascar sell oil that is petroleum that is clean. Alors, what am I doing here? Because it's not clean energy, because the gas, butane gas, is a necessary tool to support the country for the transition to clean energy, and the butane gas is contributing to carbon neutrality to 2050. That's why it's important to use gas now. I'm saying that because considering the nature of this product, questions might be asked on the financial access for this kind of product and the cost of funding for an energy category that is not considered as a clean energy. By saying that, as it was said by the minister, the problem of access to energy, mainly to the clean cooking, cannot be solved with only one project. There is ethanol, biomass, etc. and gas. Currently, I would like to answer quickly your questions quickly. There are three main issues to develop this gas. The first one is the access issue, access to the bottles. In order to consume gas, there needs to be a bottle for gas. In Madagascar, we have 7 million households, and only 1 million has gas bottles. 6 million still need to be given that. Calculating the price of the bottle, we need at least 200 million USDs for each household to have a gas bottle. That's the first problem that we need to handle, and we need to reflect upon that. The second point is how to buy gas, because considering the income level and economical structure of the Malagasy population, it's very expensive to buy a full gas bottle. In Vitogaz Madagascar, we experimented two things that I would like to share with you. The first thing is we develop the sale of retail gas for retailers. So they buy based on what they have, the money they have. We had different sites in crowded areas for that. The idea is to fight against the use of charcoals and calculating the customer's ability and how do they buy charcoals. They just buy from the money that they have. So we remove these barriers of obliging them to buy a whole full bottle. And we also talked about microfinance. The Minister of Tanzania talked about it, saying if we have a partnership with a big institution in mobile money, which okay, he was just there with us to accompany for the credit payment of gas refilling, and then partnership with microfinance. And the third point is infrastructures, because we are here for that. A gas bottle should be taken 1,000 kilometers away to be filled up in Madagascar. That's what the cost is. That's how the cost is calculated. So 20% is it's difficult to access, and the solution of infrastructures would be what? I think the idea of having a big terminal with a huge storage somewhere in Madagascar, it takes time considering the geographical condition of the country. We need to have intermediary storage and intermediary warehouses. We are blessed to be served with the maritime seaport. We need to have a seaport in Diego, a terminal in Diego at the north, and Narinj is discussing with Africa50 for its feasibility. Madagascar, Tuléar, these are all in the south. On the west, we need to have importation terminals and warehouse for this population to have more accessible gas, and it's going to be more accessible in terms of economy.
Producing solid fuels from biomass, which is basically waste that comes from industrial and from farm waste. And the interesting thing about our work is that we're working with the most vulnerable communities. And when you're working with this kind of populations, there are very interesting factors that are primary and vital for you to consider. One of them being cost. So we're primarily solving the problem in the fastest, simplest way, which is basically almost like a trade-in. They could switch from using charcoal to using our fuel. And what we're also doing is we're partnering with improved cookstove companies to be able to get those customers completely off firewood and charcoal. So like many of the panelists here, Kenya is also a country that relies very heavily on firewood and charcoal, especially in urban cities. So there's a huge opportunity here. And we do understand that, just like many other of the solutions here, that clean cooking is a problem that needs to be solved using different angles and different avenues. A lot of the avenues are step-ups, which means they are improvements of what currently exists. The ultimate goal, ideally, would be to get everyone on electricity, but in the meantime, what are we doing to mitigate the effects of the climate crisis that are being caused by clean cooking? So I think that there is opportunity for synergies between different fuels, and there's a concept known as stove stacking, which many times does present a problem in terms of how do customers really use the fuels that are available in the market. And to answer that question, I think it's important to understand why customers make the decisions they make. And some of the lessons that we've learned is that there are certain factors that drive customers to use certain fuels, the primary one being cost. But there's also issues around time. For example, when it comes to some of the lessons we've learned from our customers, when it comes to things like using gas to cook, LPG, they are more likely to use it in the morning when time is a bigger factor. When let's say mothers are preparing their children to go to school versus when they want to boil grains that take 3 hours to cook. So those are some of the factors. And then there's also issues around culture and taste. And you'll be very surprised to find how important some of these factors are when these customers are making these decisions. So I think as private sector, one of the opportunities, let me call it an opportunity, it's also a challenge, but one of the opportunities we have is to bridge the gap between what we are trying to do as solution providers, as leaders of the world, versus what the customers are trying to, the need the customer is trying to serve. So I'd say that there's a huge opportunity for the synergies between different fuels. But I think there's also a very big opportunity for private sector to really go into the market, understanding the language and the needs of the market, and use those factors as critical elements that factor the kind of solutions that go into those markets. And maybe lastly, let me just say that I think there's also a very big opportunity for us to create awareness in terms of what, how the solutions we are providing can help the customers. The reason why I say this is because when you look at organizations like Bright Green, you find that we are essential in the work that we're doing, but we're also very high risk. We're also, we need patient capital. We need, DFIs and NGOs need to help us to do our work. Because when it comes to changing how a customer thinks, changing the behavior of the customer, it's a very long and very expensive process that cannot be solved without patient capital. So these are just some of the things I think that need to come together as we think about how clean cooking solutions can take off in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Now let's hear from Mrs. Rakotondrazafi. Can you please share some innovative financing mechanism being explored by UNIDO to support clean cooking programs?
Thank you very much. Tout d'abord, permettez-moi de remercier le pays et de féliciter aussi Madagascar pour avoir accueilli cette assemblée générale. Merci aussi aux organisateurs de nous avoir
giving us the huge privilege in this panel and then to talk about what has been done within Africa and within Madagascar in particular. I remember what the lady in the morning said, Africa is the future and the future is Africa. However, most of our population, major part of our population still think, they still think that it's not yet, clean cooking is not yet affordable for them all. So this is then an opportunity and a challenge at the same time. So a challenge because there's a lot of efforts that we need to provide, and there are obstacles and barriers to reach the transition, and the barriers are huge. So what we need to bear in mind is that we have funding gaps and discrepancies, and it's up to development partner to upscale the provision of equipment and of fuels for clean cooking. And the gaps is at three levels, at the household level, up to the encouragement of private sector investment. As we are in charge of sustainable we then support the country to get innovative solution to have zero net deficit. So the impact of clean cooking in African countries like Botswana, Mali, Sierra Leone, and Tanzania, whose prime minister is here. So we promote the integrated funding mechanism on clean cooking. These mechanisms are complementary, and this approach is based on market first, and it encourages initiatives led by the private sector. Particularly in Madagascar, we had an agreement, a partnership with Africa50 to accompany Madagascar in the preparation of a clean cooking program. With this program, we have established all the foundations and the regulatory frameworks for the upscaling. And for that, we have a lot of partnership, and the funding will come later. The funding, we need the free funding pillars targeting household directly for them to have access to the equipment and the fuel, women-led households and housewives. So with these two first instruments, we will create market, we'll generate market, and by market generation, we will attract investors to these clean cooking activities, which is a huge business opportunity for them. As the private sector representative said earlier, to end this ONUD approach, which supports this partnership and innovation, is not an standalone initiative in Madagascar and in Africa. For example, for Madagascar, we have a flagship project within the United Nations that we implement with other agencies. Proud. It made available free funding types so that all project scales and can support. To end, we also have established strategic partnerships. For example, the establishing of Madagascar Clean Cooking Initiative, which is an association gathering 38 entities working on clean cooking and covers 11 regions of Madagascar. This will be channeling the investment and help in the transitioning to clean cooking. And we also have the Secretariat for Ethanol, where we have 28 member countries based in Africa, or who operates in Africa. Clean cooking is really a wide sector, and there's a place for everybody. So we invite you to come on board, to lend a hand to the population and to the energy transition.
Great. As you just said, the OPEC fund also has key financing mechanism. So, Mr. Boudari, can you please share any notable example of any support?
Well, I think the first obvious support is the one that we are providing to the government of Madagascar through our partners at UNIDO. We've started the implementation of this project last year, and it's been extremely successful so far. We've started the implementation of at least 2 pilot projects in the bamboo reforestation for the production of sustainable charcoal for the local populations, especially in rural area. We've also developed a biodigester system based on cactus, which in the south of Madagascar is a pest. So it's actually a species that's been developed because of the deforestation of the and the climate problems that the south of the island in particular is suffering from. So what we're trying to do is to capitalize on this problem to make it an opportunity for the local populations. We're also working closely, of course, with UNIDO on the ethanol sector. UNIDO has been positioning itself in Madagascar, but also elsewhere, especially in Tanzania, as a leader of ethanol, and this is one of the reasons why we wanted to share this partnership with UNIDO. We're also considering LPG solutions because, as the CEO of Vitogas mentioned, it is actually a clean cooking solution when you look at the alternative, which is traditional and much more damaging to the populations. Of course, electricity, solar electricity, and mini hydro are part of the electric cooking solutions that we're looking at. And essentially, really what we are looking for is to increase the impact and maximize the impact for the populations in Madagascar. And for us, it doesn't really matter if we are going to be using ethanol or electricity or LPG, as long as we can help the population transition from a very, very damaging source of fuel to something that's going to be better for their health, better for the environment, and better for the time that's going to be saved, and therefore allow the local populations to gain in economic opportunities. So this pilot that we've been working on with UNIDO is opening the way for a much bigger financing that we actually just signed before the panel sessions for a smart clean cooking project that will scale up these initiatives that we've undertaken and will implement all of the studies that have been conducted in all these sectors. And we're very excited about this. We are really looking to not only involve the partner UN agencies. Beyond UNIDO, we've also been speaking with UNDP, who's working closely with the Ministry of Energy on the clean cooking policy, and many other UN agencies, but also local NGOs that know the heart of the local families, both in the urban and the rural areas. And of course, the private sector. The private sector is absolutely essential because the last thing that we want is to provide funding to support a project that's not viable, and then as soon as the funding stops, then there's no more project. What we want is for this transition to be on the long term, and we see that the private sector has to be involved to make the clean cooking transition viable financially as much as economically and socially for the populations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, all of you, for sharing your expertise in this panel discussion. Thank you. Let's take the final picture and give a round of applause to our speakers. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for them as they take their seats. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the opening ceremony of the 2024 Africa50 General Shareholders Meeting. We'd like to thank you immensely on behalf of Africa50 for sharing your time with us. We want to thank the government of Madagascar, our shareholders, our speakers, all those who spoke on the panel. Thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. Most importantly, today we've signed some very important agreement that we believe they will go a long way to support Africa50's mission in closing the continent's infrastructure gap. Alaina?
Pourrions-nous applaudir encore une fois, très fort s'il vous plaît, pour terminer cette cérémonie officielle. Et nous allons à présent...
Let's move on now to the lunch, the officials will lead us to the room where we'll have lunch. Thank you for your attendance, and we wish you a good day, and see you next time.
E A I C E A E C E A E C E P E A E A E A E
And I'll do in English. Can you hear me at the English channel? Can you hear me? Perfect.
Excellence Rindra Rabarini Rinarisson, ministre des Finances de Madagascar, ministre de l'économie et des finances de Madagascar, et bien sûr Monsieur Alain Ebobissé, le directeur général de Africa50.
We are here for the general shareholders meeting. So what I remember from the session of this morning is that we have addressed important topics, renewable energies, the need of innovative fundings, a commitment of increased involvement of the private sector, and African Development Bank and other partners can reduce the implementation of project.
With $8 billion of project. So in Madagascar has stated that energy is crucial, is key for to increase its development. So we'll start with the minister. If we can ask you a few words to tell us about how did this general meeting go for Madagascar. Okay, it's working. All right, thank you very much. So the general meeting, general shareholders meeting of Africa50 went well, smoothly on this 19th of September in Antananarivo. The first part of the day, this morning, we had an official opening followed by discussions
où on a pu discuter du thème de l'énergie et de la transition énergétique et également des solutions innovantes pour financer les infrastructures énergétiques à Madagascar. Et puis, dans l'après-midi, nous avons eu l'Assemblée générale proprement dite qui s'est passée à huis clos avec les actionnaires, pendant laquelle nous avons pu écouter le rapport de Monsieur le DG, le rapport des différents présidents de comité. Nous avons également pu écouter le rapport des auditeurs financiers. On a pu approuver les états financiers de l'Africa50. On a également pu écouter la politique de dividendes.
Policies for our shareholders. And of course, we have given the liability, the discharge of liabilities. So we are satisfied by this day, and we have felt, we can see that the others have felt the same satisfaction. So I don't know if DG is satisfied by the journey this day, but the general meeting is not yet done, but we'll have a cultural part this evening. We'll have dinner where we will show you the Malagasy culture. Thank you, Minister Obobise. How about how did you see this day and from the point of view of Africa50? Thank you very much. We attended to a great general shareholders meeting with from the official opening under the leadership of the President of the Republic of Madagascar, and who shared with us his vision on the development and the energy transition, as the minister mentioned earlier, and the development of Madagascar's potential through different sectors. And he mentioned about the hydropower potential of Madagascar, the construction of dams that can be developed in this country. He emphasized on the Vulube project of 100 megawatt that we support, and he asked us to accelerate the implementation of this project because the implementation timeline is a very important factor for the president, and that's why he told us if we reduce the delay, we reduce the cost of the project. And we can cost of energy, of power in this country, and so we have